Today's title is The Olmec, Mayan, and Khmer Empire Connection, Exposing the Ancient World Union. What they're going to be doing today is basically revealing a ancient world that was entirely connected everywhere you went. This concept ain't popular, but it ain't new. And what this is something I subscribe to. I call it the Ancient World Union, or the AWU. And what this is in a near distant past where all of the world's superpowers had risen to a height of technology. And instead of them wiping themselves out with the technology, they unified. I want y'all to hear what I'm about to say now, because none of us was around in the past. This is my analysis and conclusion based upon years of data, information, and research that I've had the luxury to do for a decade in simply just researching stuff like this. So after compiling all of these different receipts, I got to come to the most reasonable conclusion using Occam's razor. Most of us know that we've been lied, that when they tell us about people in the past or the ancient world, they try to paint them out to be primitive people who lack technology and lacked a lot of the things that we have today. And I want to say that that right there is the biggest lie that's keeping us from saying the truth about exactly what happened in the ancient world, so that we can tie it together about what's happening today, because the only thing that's happening is history keep repeating itself. So with that being said, keep in mind we're going to be talking about technology, which is something people don't like to talk about when you deal with ancient topics, because they tend to say that the ancient people weren't technological. But I'm going to show you that the ancient people were more technological than us, and that they are the founders of technology itself, and that we wouldn't even be technological if it wasn't for them, and we're only reinventing the wheel, and we can't invent it better than the people that made it first. Keep that in mind. So when we talk technology, we're talking science, medicine, weaponry, everything constitutes technology. We'll be getting into that. Energy systems, agriculture, all of that. We'll be using a lot of revelations in ancient technological achievements around the world to show you the union between all of these superpowers. So the world is very old, man. You can't put a date on it. And humans have been walking on the face of this earth for so long, we can it's safe to say trillions of years. I mean, it is really no reason you wouldn't say that. Life is very ancient. It's a very ancient thing when we talk life, right? Life is been around, it's gonna be around, and life just ain't going nowhere. So one thing we gotta realize is that long as life exists, sentient beings exist, and in fact, when we talk about the human, we're gonna be thinkers. And that alone is gonna evolve us over time if we're spending trillions of years on the earth just simply thinking and being curious. We will evolve to a very technological species in a very short period of time, because the rate and growth of technological feats are at an exponential level. When we talk in generations, like this generation is double the time more technological than we was, and it's just gonna triple and quadruple. But the thing is this: if the earth been around this long and humans been around this long, we gotta open our mind that humans have already reached the height of technology several times before. Okay? We gotta grasp that concept, because some of the stuff I'm gonna show you today, you're gonna need to know that. So there was an ancient world union. And what I mean by that is that if you look at today's world, the top superpowers basically run everything in the United Nations. The United Nations is basically a modern world union, what we call the New World Order, of world superpowers and the wealthiest people in the world to unite their people, personnel, power, and resources against the masses. We call it the New World Order agenda. I want you to think of the New World Order agenda, but let's talk about the Old World Order. Each of these orders had an agenda. The Old World Order wanted to create heaven on earth. The New World Order simply wants to create a military state, a prison state, a more controlled planet using technology. Whereas the Old World Order wanted to create a utopia where technology literally served the people. But if you look at the data, people are servants of technology, right? And that's totally the opposite. And we're in a sick and diseased state, which is going to lead me to the concepts of ancient medicine practices that we're going to get into too. An ancient Mesoamerican and Toltecian medicine practices that were very advanced, and get you a little bit of insight into just how advanced the ancient world union was. And you get what you got to think about is today when we talk about the New World Order, right? The Old World Order were all of the big superpowers of its time are coming together to bring their resources and people together to make a utopia. And the first thing they did was they started building pyramids and towers all over the world. And they also started building networks of star forts. And if you don't know what a star fort is, we're going to talk about that today as well. So keeping concept in mind, star forts, pyramids, obelisks, this is ancient technology that they're not telling us about. When we look at these structures, these pyramids, these obelisks, these weren't just mere monuments that people just went to and looked at and said, ooh, that's the penis of the pharaoh right there, and it means resurrection. Now everybody go home. This was applicable technology. The ancestors didn't go through the trouble to erect such monumental objects, and that they were just vanities. The reason we think these things are just mere monuments and vanities is because the people that are teaching us about these ancient structures don't want to let us know that the ancients had a very technological network of superpowers interconnected throughout the world. And all of the obelisks that you see on each of these continents mark the old world, where these places were a point of world center and power, and they were part of a interconnected union of superpowers. So if your land got an ancient obelisk or pyramid structure on it, it would have been wirelessly connected to the pyramids in Egypt and to North America and all over the world. What they trying to do today is make everybody get divided. And that's a Masonic agenda of divide and conquer, to where they want to have Aboriginals say, we not African, and Africans say, we not Aboriginal, and Moors say, we're Moors, and everybody's saying we're this and we're that. But here's something that don't nobody want to tell you. We everything, family. We everything. Period. We everything. And what am I saying? This old world order that everybody is glorifying, when we go to the pyramids, when we look at these structures all over the world, those people didn't have an idea of separation like what we got today. For example, right? Imagine if the New World Order achieved its end goal, and there's only one police, one military, one education system for the earth, one religion for the entire world, one spokesperson dictatorship head of the whole world, one police system. Listen, that's the New World Order, the one when everything become consolidated. That's what they trying to create on earth. What I'm telling y'all is this: that already happened before, plenty of times. They ain't the fucking creators of this whole structure. They just got a different agenda. They all unite just like the ancestors did, but they unite against us. Whereas those old world orders united to create heaven on earth, like I said. Check this out, right? Those old world orders didn't have a concept of your land and my land, because they had a concept of all is connected. That was the ancient way. That was taught all around the earth. All is connected. Now, what did that mean? That meant that our ancestors achieved one of the greatest feats in man's history, something that we just now achieving in our time with technology. What is that, Sanchez? An entire energy grid that connected every land and every country worldwide. The energy grid of the ancient world was unfathomable. This is what you got to realize, right? The more sources of energy you can connect to the grid, it strengthens the grid. You got to think of energy is created by basically a current and motion. And the motion of that wave or that current is what we call energy. So the more we can keep this thing in motion before it's looping back around to the point where it started at, the better for the grid. So that means if I got a city right here with its energy grid, and there's a city over there with its energy grid, it would benefit both of us to connect our grids and just have one interconnected network of energy, right? And what that means, let's say the power go out in my city. Well, we still got our lights on because we connected to that city. If they power go out, if something happen in their systems, they still connected here sort of thing. It may not be that cut and dry, but you see the benefit of all is connected. The way energy is harnessed and generated, it is beneficial for everyone to connect their system to make one big network. This happened before, and we look at these obelisks, these pyramids around the world, and these are the remnants of an ancient energy grid that powered an ancient world union. And that's what I'm about to get into right now, so let's get it.
Sánchez cocinando.
Okay, so to get into this, and let me take all of this stuff off of here. This is what I'll do right here as well, so that I don't have no interruptions. I just set the stage for what we about to get into. Want to go ahead and pin my Cash App, and then let me hop right into it. So this ancient world union, and we're going to show several ways now of how all of these ancient superpowers were interconnected, not just with the energy grid, but with concepts of cosmology and spirituality and out of body, what we call astral knowledge, things of this nature. We're going to go real deep today and show you the connections in the ancient world that they don't want us to make today because they want to divide and conquer. Let me read some from you real quick. We're going to start off in Angkor Wat. Why are we talking about Angkor Wat? Well, let's break down what the words Angkor Wat mean. The word anchor means to harness something. You hear what I'm saying? Anchor, when you anchor something, you're harnessing it, right? You're grounding it. We're talking about energy and electricity. It got to be grounded. Like anchoring a ship. Anchor is another word for harness. Watt is another word for energy, which is why we say wattage, watts, which is the name of a city in California. It's a last name too. But the thing is this, that is directly related to energy. Now, the watt is the root word of water, 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 water. Water is a good conduit of electricity. So what I'm about to do for y'all, I'm about to reveal an ancient electric network around the world that's going to blow you away. Now, this image we're looking at is from Angkor Wat, right? Now, let me read some to you real quick, right? To craft a city of this size, the man-made canals carved to steer water from Nom Kulin to the plains of Angkor Wat were key to construction. Stop right there. Man-made canals to steer water from one city to the next one. What am I telling you? Water is connecting the entire earth. Every land that you can walk on the face of the earth is connected by the oceans and the lakes. Facts. Now I'm finna break some down to you now. We basically create cities, empowered them with what's called hydroelectric water systems. And I'm finna show it to you right now. Just stay with me. I want to keep reading to you. We see the thing when you got these big water wheels is that you got to have running water to create energy. And if you look at Angkor Wat from a top-down view, you will see that it got this moat around it. Now, they will tell you that that moat is to stop militaries from coming in, but that's a lie, y'all. That thing ain't gonna stop nobody if they want to get in there. It's just not. That's a lie. I'm gonna tell you what that moat is for. The moat that we see around these castles and all that, this was to power the city itself from an electrostatic water-based energy plant system. And I'm about to show you how it works in a minute. So every city would run a canal from one to the next one, and the water in motion would be used to run their water wheels. And these moats that we see around, these were to power these hydroelectricity wheels, and they had wheels that was so big, y'all, that they looked at like the Ferris wheel in Las Vegas. You got to think about what I'm telling you. Our ancestors had clean green energy. They didn't have no dirty plants. So let me show you some. They had the scale of these things was so big. Now listen, these Ferris wheels that we go and enjoy today, this ain't nothing but just pleasure and just circus acts. See, back in the day, this thing would have literally powered your city. Something like this. You know, we turned it into some dumb, just for pleasure today. But these big wheels, right? You would have had huge wheels, man, that would have given you clean currents of energy. Motion is energy, y'all. I'm just trying to show you that our ancestors had electricity. They went in the dark, man. They had lights and technology and all that. They just didn't have dirty technology like what we got today. This is why the earth was a utopia. Now, let me show you. Everyone had a city, and if you had a city, you had to build a moat around it if you wanted to connect to the grid, just like these starforts. Because these starforts would have had to use electricity to power some of their systems. So what do we see around the starforts? See, it's starting to make sense, right? And you would have a bridge that lets you get from one land to the next. And Plato even described this, guys. Let me show you. Plato said our entire universe is powering itself just like that. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Plato said that our entire universe is a big hydroelectric water energy plant. And this is what the nets are, different rings of water that are giving off a current to power the entire system. Very simple, clean, green technology. Now hit the like and share button. These castles, right, would have need to power themselves, right? There were systems in these castles that would have need the electricity, right? And we see the moats around the castles. People, this ain't gonna stop no army. I'm gonna tell you that now. It'll slow it down. But if you trying to build a defense barrier around your structure, of course you're gonna have a wall too. I'm not just gonna have a moat. I'm gonna have a big wall like China and Babylon too. And that wall is really your main source of defense, because once they make it to the moat, they got you for real, But it'll slow them down. But I mean, I'm just showing you, they try to say it's military stuff, but people, this would have literally built the bridge from the castle to the other side. This thing would have had a wheel on it, and that wheel would have literally allowed the castle to have electricity. You hear what I'm saying? People weren't living in a big castle in the dark lighting candles, man. They had electricity is what I'm telling y'all. They just generated it different. So they destroyed these wheels because they don't want you to know that. But around all of these structures that you see with the little water around it, you would have had wheels, right? That would have been rotating because of the water flow. And that would have literally generated energy to power the castle or the star fort with it. Okay, so this technology of these wheels later, they advanced this technology and they turned this into damming technology. So all of the dams that we see today, you wouldn't even have those dams if it weren't for these original wheels, because the whole technology that dams are based upon is the flowing of water flowing. So the dam is just a more advanced wheel, a more advanced mechanism that's based on the same concept of this wheel that's allowing the flowing water to be harnessed for energy. But without these original systems, we wouldn't have dams today, okay? So let me show you the dams of Plato's Atlantis that nobody want to talk about, what I think is very dope. Now, all of the bridges that you see that are connecting the lands, those would have also been dams, y'all. So when I looked at this, I said, where are the water wheels that's powering this city? And then my heart started racing. The hairs of my skin stood up. I said, oh my God, the ancestors were so fucking smart. The bridges are the dams that's using the water to power this city. What a beautiful technological green city that Plato. See, Plato went around the world and he saw that our ancestors was building these very advanced cities and utopias based upon electrostatic water system, very green systems. This is Angkor Wat from a top-down view, right? And so the way that the oceans flow, the rivers flow, and all of that, you can connect to that flowing water and use it to power your systems. Now, this, before I move any forward, let me say something before I go forward. This is the beginning of the lecture where I'm dealing with an ancient world union, and I'm starting off with energy, right? I'm starting off with the basic concept of life, which is my lights are on. You know, we need electricity. We're electric beings. There's never been a time where we didn't harness electricity to power and turn the lights on. I want to explain something to you. I'm starting off with energy and power, and then I'm going to work my way to spirituality and all that. But the reason I'm starting off with energy and all that, because you won't understand the spiritual systems and all that if you don't understand how the ancestors literally empowered themselves. Because the concepts of their cosmology and the concepts of their spiritual systems is based on the same concepts that they use to generate power to power their cities. So let me show you that concept again. It's basically a ripple effect, and Plato knew about it. Let me show it to you. So the reason I'm starting off with energy systems first is because when I get into the cosmology, you will understand it better, because the ancestors knew what the earth was and how the earth powered itself. They built their cities the same way. And basically, what is the earth, Brother Sanchez? Again, because I showed this to you one time, but I'll just double down on it. I'm going to be very thorough for y'all because this can be complicated. I'm going to show this collage. I show it all the time, that Nikola Tesla wasn't really a genius. He was just connected with our ancestors. So the ancestors knew that the earth was a giant Tesla coil, if you will. The ground we're walking on is the coil. You know, the C and the S are interchangeable. The soil is the coil. This is why all things grow from the ground. Listen, if you got a seed on your desk, it ain't gonna grow. It ain't gonna grow on your desk. That seed ain't gonna grow till you put it in the coil. I meant the soil. You see what I'm doing to you? Look what I'm showing you. The seed will not grow until you dig a hole and drop it into the coil. I meant the soil. because that's where it's pulling its energy from. The coil, I meant the soil. You see what I'm saying? So there's energy all around us that can be harnessed, and Nikola Tesla knew that. Our ancestors knew that as well, and they knew exactly what the earth was as well. And let me show you, and we got to talk about energy and start there. And so we can see the ancient world union of step pyramids all around the world. All right. And Sanchez, what do you mean, Sanchez, about you got to understand the ancestors' spiritual system? Excuse me. Sorry. What do I mean by we got to understand the ancestors' energy concepts, the energy network, before we get into the spiritual stuff and all that? Okay. It's because stuff like this, right? Check this out. This right here is called Sakara. And the chakras, right? When I told you that is all based upon the spiritual system, the way that the earth shaped, let me show you some, because I'm trying to multitask and I'm messing up. So let me just slow down and do one thing at a time. So these are called chakras. And the word Shakara became Sakara to the Egyptians. See, everything is connected to the ancestors. The earth system is connected to the city system, to your body system. There are no other ways to explain how energy connects itself in the ancient person's eyes. So what I'm trying to do to you right now is just show you the basic foundation of the ancient world union, which is how they connected and created a energy grid worldwide. And there were no wars or nothing like that. But now let me explain to you how that world fell later, though. I'm going to work my way to that. Now, I don't really want to get into the spirituality and the cosmology yet. I just wanted to give you a sneak peek into those concepts, and I'm going to hop right back now to the energy networks and stay on track. So, Plato, this was his concept of this city called Atlantis, but Atlantis isn't one city. Atlantis literally represents what the universe is, or what they're trying to call the Milky Way galaxy. And Plato knew that as well. Now let's talk about these dams that we see, what we're calling bridges. I'm in Vegas and we have something called the Hoover Dam. And I understand that the Hoover Dam also serves as a bridge. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? See, this ain't just a dam. This is the Hoover Bridge as well. Now, you can call it a dam, but I can call it a bridge too. And you can call it a bridge, and then I can call it a dam. And we can play that game, but it serves both purposes. So the Hoover Dam is not just a dam. It's literally a bridge too. It's literally a bridge too. Let's take a look at it. We look at the cars going across. It's a bridge, but it's a dam bridge. You know, the damming part happens at the bottom. And then at the top, you know, the wall that's stopping the water actually serves as a bridge, which is a very genius idea. Like, why build a bridge when the dam can serve as a bridge? And this idea, we didn't create it. Plato's showing that right here. Check this out, y'all. Oh, my God. The bridges that you see connecting these lands and this Atlantis concept are serving as dams that's also harnessing the energy. And Plato would have spoke about that in his concept of Atlantis, because what he was saying was this was such an advanced utopia, like it was something he never saw. And in my opinion, it was because Plato was from a part of the world that didn't understand this science. And that's why it blew Plato's mind. Plato wrote a vision of it and said, look at, man, what I saw. You know, people, they was traveling, they was seeing these advanced utopias around the world. And you thinking that the world was a bunch of people that was on some Flintstone stuff, barefoot and all that. No. There was an advanced technocracy and a utopia, and it was an ancient world union that was interconnected. And this is the first part of the lecture where I'm showing you how we built systems that would have took advantage of water. The city of Venice, it just wasn't built with the water like that for no reason. That's an ancient city. And that city is, when they talk about Atlantis being a flooded city, they flooded it on purpose, y'all. They had floodgates that would keep the canals at a certain height so they can harness the energy, man. Ain't nobody gonna tell y'all this. I've been researching this a while, man. Just listen to what I'm telling you. You can do your own research. This is not a flooded city. This is how we prefer to navigate, because let me show you why. These water systems that we would have used to power our cities and using the bridges as dams to make electricity, guess what else, y'all? We would have used these same water systems to get around the city like a highway. So if you live in a metropolitan city, most of our metropolitan cities, the highways run around the outside of the whole city. They make a big circle around it. And so you can get anywhere in the city by hopping on, boom, that's how it is in Vegas. That's how these systems was made. So the water that you see around this huge city in the middle would have been a highway. It would have been a bunch of boats in there. So people can just dock off right here. And if they want to get to the other side, they can just take a ferry around like we do today and get around, literally get around the city. You know, literally get around the city. And this is a way to have traffic moving around, and on the inside, you know, you have systems of travel that's keeping the traffic going in a circle. And then when you got on the outskirts, it would have been a very intricate system, city of water highways. It would have been beautiful. You know, how everything was interconnected and that there was nothing wasted. You know what I'm saying? Very efficient and optimal cities. And that same water would have been channeled around the city to water the crops and grow the food and all of that. Nothing wasted. And it's just a beautiful green-based utopia. And we still got lights and technology and electricity and gadgets and all that too. But you ain't destroying the earth. It ain't no pollution. It's like the Garden of Eden. Everybody was vegans. And the same water right there, that water would have been so electrically charged that if you drunk from it, it would have killed all of the pathogens and bacteria in your body. This was literally what they call holy water. And this is why the original gods that was worshipped, they held a lightning bolt in their hand like Zeus. Electricity is what resurrects and heals the body. You know, like the defibrillator. Clear? That's why Dr. Sebi named his cure electric cell food. Because let me explain something to you. Our body is 75% water. All of the disease and all that is like bacteria in a stagnant swamp. But just like a swimming pool, you can use a shock treatment. If you got a swimming pool that's kind of dirty with bacteria, you can shock it. You put the stuff in there, it literally shocks the water and kill all the bacteria, right? It's no different if you in the bathtub and I throw a TV in there with you, you're gonna die. You like a bacteria in the water that's got shocked and killed. We can do that with our body because water is a conduit for electricity. So all of the bacteria and pathogens in my body, I can literally shock the body. And anything that can't stand a certain frequency that they transmit through the body, it'll perish and die. So we didn't have medicine that we took like today, like surgeries and all of the medical mafia, big pharma and all that. We literally had holy water that we drunk from. So the symbol of the medical symbol is what? A plus sign. That means medical, medicine. The plus sign, which is the healing symbol that Christ got. Now let me show you something about that plus sign for healing. Watch this. Look at this, the middle of Angkor Wat. It's a plus sign. You know why that's a plus sign for healing? Because people all around the city, if they had any diseases, they would take a trip to the middle of the city to drink from those electrically charged waters, and it would cure them. This was meant by Christ is healing people of their sickness. The symbol of Christ right here in the middle of this, that's the symbol of power and healing. And I'm going to show it to you in the ancient world right now. Here it is right here in the Aztec world. See, we had figured out that we are electric beings and we live in an electric universe, and that electricity was the end all be all for powering people, healing the body, and all of that, even bringing a person back from the dead. Like I said, a defibrillator. That's using electricity to literally raise the dead. And this is the knowledge of how Christ was a healer and how Christ raised the dead. And Christ was nothing but an ancient physician using electricity to do things we're doing today, but they not telling you this is ancient technology that we use in today, even a defibrillator. You see, this plus sign later became adopted by the Jesuits. How many of y'all know what they call it? Drop it. Drop it in the chat room. When the Jesuits stole that plus sign, what did they call it, y'all? Everybody type it in the chat room. It's not the Jesuit cross. That's what they call it. But it's our stuff. It's our stuff. See, these people stole these symbols, and they got you looking for mythology and all that associated with them. But really, these symbols represent what's going on at the middle of the earth. Watch this. This is showing you the ancient world union on how the ancient people knew the secrets of the universe, and they made an interconnected network of superpowers that made a electric grid that was unfathomable. We're just now getting back to that today. We're just now making a worldwide electric grid today, y'all. They still running cables under the ocean right now. They ain't, listen, that when the ancestors said all is connected, that meant, they beat y'all to it. You see, the people in power can never do nothing that's smart that our ancestors ain't already did. They are Johnny come lately, and everything they doing, they just reverse engineering what our great ancestors already did. And look, it was based upon the fact that all of the ancients knew the secrets of the earth, just like Plato. So at the middle of our universe, our earth realm, this is what's going on right here. Look at this. Now, this is according to Mercator, which is one of the greatest map makers of his time. And this is according to the Dogon right here. The Dogon said that in the middle of the earth, what's giving birth to all the elements is this goddess called Amma, which represents electricity to the Dogon. This entire wheel that you see is a water wheel. It's basically an energy generator, like what I'm showing you, how we power our systems. Now, somebody told me, Sanchez, don't forget about the Toltecs, so let me do something for them real quick. Here is the Toltec symbol of the universe. It's called the Hunabku, Hunabku. This is the Toltec symbol of the universe. It is called the Hunabku. And what this is the same thing. This is what the Aztecs got and what the Jesuits stole right here, represent what's going on at the symbol of, at the center of the earth, and showing you how the earth is generating energy. So right there, we're showing you the connections of an ancient world union, and we're connecting the Dogons with Mercator map, with the Jesuits, with the Aztecs here, with the Toltecs here. And I'm going to go right here and connect it right here with the Mayans. All right. Isn't that all right? Isn't that all right? So check this out. Here is the Mayan concept of what the universe is. And here is the Hunabku. And we can just keep on syncing these together, and you get the point that everyone was wondering, how is the earth generating electricity? And when they figured it out, we started building cities based upon that same concept.
Sánchez cocinando.
And this is Angkor Wat again from a top-down view. These are the cities that Plato was confronted with. These beautiful water-based cities like Venice that would have used the waters that separated the different ripples of land like what we see here, and they would have had bridges that connected to the center, the town center. Like when we say stuff like town center, we don't really refer to the real ancient town centers, because the town centers would have been the first ring of water in your city, because that would have been the first generator of energy. That would have had the strongest potency of electricity, right? And the grid would have got weaker the further you went out, which is why when you get so far out, we got to connect ours with another city. So we powering our city from the inside out and outside in, and we allowing the next city next to us to do the same by connecting with ours. Because when it connect with ours, its outer barriers is connecting with ours. And this keeps the energy from just going off into nowhere and losing and breaking away from the grid. The grid is like a big net, and we trying to catch fish, right? And the fish is the energy. And the bigger my net is, guess what? The more fish I can catch, baby. So our ancestors expanded their nets and then started to connect each other's nets together, like all of us holding hands, hand in hand, tethered together, your hand with mine. And everybody can keep the power going, and the power never have a way to escape. Just like the fish in my net. I don't want the fish breaking out of my net, do it. So stay linked just like a chain system. And keep this net strong, and we can catch all the fish. And this was an ancient energy grid that was indestructible, damn near. And if you ask me, I don't think it ever been destroyed. I think we're still powering our world from this ancient grid. It would have created infinite energy indefinitely. And I'm going to tell you something right now. That's why they didn't destroy none of this stuff. Come on now. That's why they ain't, listen, I think that they lying to you when you, let me show you why I say that. Let me show you, I got receipts today. Listen, watch this. Here is a energy plant, right, that I was pulling up these energy plants. Now check this out. Let's go to it. Hold on, my bad. Put up a lot of stuff. So bear with me, y'all. I got a slide to show. And I done freaking lost it. Hold on a second, though. We're going to find it. Because I want to show you a lot of these energy plants that they... Hold on. I'm getting to... Here we go. Look at this. Thanks for your patience, too. Look at this. Now, this right here, right? This is a energy plant. I was just noticing how a lot of these energy plants they would always be next to a running river or running water. And that's why they keep complaining about these companies polluting the waters and stuff. They will have a lot of these factories right next to the water. And they'll tell you so they can dump their stuff in there for waste. But really, I'm going to be honest with you. I think that these factories don't even pay no energy bill, and that they got their own hydroelectricity plants connected to a lot of these factories, getting free energy. Now imagine how much money they would make if they can literally produce their products without worrying about energy costs. Now, a lot of these big old factories are next to running water rivers. And I'm saying, I don't think they paying for no electricity. Why would you? These people so smart, they know how to power that whole factory with a few wheels and few dams. Why would they fucking pay the city's electricity bill like you and your house when these corporations own the city? They own the mayor and all them. They can do what they want on their private land, and they're not connected to the grid that we, you know what I'm saying? They ain't paying no money. But my thing is this. That's a theory. And I'm saying that the fact that around mostly all of these energy plants, you got this moat system, it make me think that the energy plant is really a throw off, and that y'all really using an ancient technology to power our cities with moats. Because why wouldn't you just use the water that's running around there to create the energy from it instead of build a plant that's polluting the air? So I think what these energy plants are basically a way to terraform the earth and put certain stuff in the air anyway that they just want to put up there anyway to terraform the earth. But I don't think it got much to do with create energy, and that they still using old technology because it's free. If with running water, the most abundant thing on earth is water, and it is running, baby. It's in motion. Look at all that energy. Why wouldn't we harness it? We doing it with the Hoover Dam and all that. We getting water from there, and we getting electricity from that dam. They got y'all thinking we burning fossil fuels and coal for power when the world is using a big interconnected damming system. Ain't nobody burning coal every day. We gotta quit believing fairy tales. We are powering our world with the same systems of the past. And they're not telling you that. Now let's go to the World Trade Center. Why am I skipping on over here to the World Trade Center? Because I did a lecture on the World Trade Center to show you that this is a spiritual energy plant. So Sanchez, you said you was gonna get into the spirituality with the energy stuff. I'm about to do it right now. Look at the World Trade Center, y'all. Look at Angkor Wat. Now, what's the why is this important? Because I told folks that I believe that they destroyed the World Trade Center to strengthen the energy grid. See, y'all don't know how we power in these cities. Instead of them telling you we gonna build a huge energy plant downtown New York, they come with this staged event. Now check this out, right? People may think I'm tripping, but the people in power are there because it's all about electricity and power. Tesla told you, think in terms of energy, frequency. Why do you think that Tesla was so wanted by all of the governments? They wanted him. They didn't want no fucking, like, think about it. All of your rappers and entertainers and all these people, them just puppets. They pay them to keep y'all dumb, but the people they really want to work with are the computer hackers, the nerds that know about electricity like Tesla and all them. They'll fucking be ready to take them out their house and put them in a 5-star hotel the rest of their life, nigga, just to pick their brain. That's how Tesla was living. And what Tesla was telling them was that there are an infinite amount of ways to harness energy, and some of the most advanced energy harnessing techniques have everything to do with subtle energy. Sanchez, what is subtle energy? It's energy that's harnessed without a lot of chemical reactions, like what we see right here, which is just a throw off, clean energy, right? So this is a clean energy plant. Because what people don't know, right? If you were to be near this area, you will feel a mist of water in the air, first of all, like a water vapor in the air coming from the pool. But you will also feel little electric sparks throughout the place. Like if you touch a rail or something, you might get a shock in this area. Because what we don't realize, there is so much static energy in this area right here, and it's not going to waste. I believe that we're really in the matrix, and that everything is about how to harness energy and power the matrix. So when we look at stuff like this, people, we got to realize this is a very ancient concept. Everything around you is about powering the matrix. This is the spiritual side of energy harnessing. The fact that there are several people in power that don't want to tell you it's all about power and energy. They're vampires, and they're pulling energy out, from from everybody and everywhere, and with this alien technology. I shouldn't use the word alien technology. I'm gonna say ancient technology, and they're not telling us that this come from our ancestors, man. So let's just get back on track here and share some more concepts real quick. So the plus sign meant healing, and electricity does that. Electric cell food. Shout out to Dr. Sebi. Now let's keep syncing together this ancient world union to show you that there was no separation among the ancients. All was connected. They built the utopia on the earth. Now, one thing I wanted to kind of be repetitive on was the fact that what was so awesome to me was that Plato in his Atlantis concept, let's go back to that, right? It shows you how the bridges, like these star forts, would have been also a dam. That would have, when the water passed up under that thing, it would have been harnessed for electricity and to power the actual city itself. And this would have been what Venice was all about too. So when people talk about flooded cities, sunken cities that's flooded with water, let me share some with y'all real quick. Real quick, because when people talk about sunken cities and all that, I want to share some with you. And I want to look in the camera with this one. Our ancestors sunk them cities on purpose. I'm going to say that again. They lying to y'all. Atlantis is a sunken city under the water. No, it was like Venice. It was like Venice. And and you're right, it's a flooded city, meaning you got to get around with boats because it's flooded. But the thing about it is, guess what? We flooded it on purpose, though. They not telling y'all that part. They not telling you that basically all of our ancient cities were like Venice. That's the Great Flood. We basically flooded the entire earth, or at least every city that we inhabited, because that's how we connected the energy grid with running water, canal systems. All is connected. Remember those words. Here is another example of what I'm talking about, of how this house would have powered itself with based upon the very build of the house and how it's sitting on the water. The water would have flowed under this house, and the house would have used that. You know, it would have been technology in these little arches right here that it would have harnessed the running water to power this house. So when you walked in that house, you would have had electricity, you cut lights on and all that. And guess what? It would have been a different vibe in the house. See, this is what y'all don't know. Most of our houses, we powering our houses with low quality electricity that's cancerous. You see what I'm saying? What I'm saying is, if you was in this house right here on a computer all day staring at a screen, it wouldn't be that dangerous. So it was possible for the ancestors to have all of this technology, but none of the health problems. Because the health problems come with how we power our stuff. The way we power with this low frequency, how we power our stuff is cancerous. The way they power it with the water systems, that's clean electricity. So the very vibe felt different when you walked in a house that was powered with this different electricity. We don't understand how much that the electricity flowing through our house interact with our aura and sets a template for the house itself, even when you turn everything off. You know what I'm saying? So this kind of system would have broke this cancerous electric grid that everyone's under now, and you wouldn't have had none of the health problems. People would have been able to live very long. And like I said, when somebody gets sick, they can go to the town center and drink from that water, and it'll kill any pathogens or whatever in their body, because that would have been the literal holy water. It would have been so electrically charged that it would have done what they said a holy water do in church. And there were basically water stations around the world where you can drink from them for healing, just like we say in the church. So there's a lot of concepts we're going to go into. And I'm just getting it to you now. So here's the symbol for healing or for medical practices today. But remember that this symbol is all based upon electricity because that is the ultimate healer. It's a cheat code, man. Imagine that anything in your body, people say, well, eat better. Guess what? When you eat better foods, those foods got a higher electric shock value. It's a stronger electric current in those super fruits. So when you're eating all them super fruits, all you trying to do is extract electricity from them. What if we had a way to give you a potent dose of electricity? We did, and it was in a form of holy water. They'll give you a cup of water that was so potent and electrically charged that when you drunk it, it'll literally shock the body like on some electric cell food shit, killing all the pathogens. That's the real holy water. This is all relevant to the ancient world union because the symbol of healing around the world was the same until the Jesuits told us that it was some dude named Jesus healing people. In fact, when we see Jesus on the cross with his hands up, that come from this Mesoamerican goddess right here. And her name, I can't even pronounce it, but she's also the goddess of the city of Atlantis. As you can see written on here, they got Atlantis right there. This was the goddess of the Toltecs. The Toltec warriors had this goddess all over their symbolism and stuff. Now, guess what they call this goddess in Europe? Let me show you. You can't make this up because I did a lecture on her too. She was on a silver dollar. Here she go right here. The goddess of electricity. Look at her and look at what she doing. You see how she holding her hands up with the electricity? Our ancestors knew how to power their cities, family. Our ancestors represented electricity in the form of a goddess. Look at here, man. Now here go the Toltec goddess right here. And here go the European goddess for electricity. Who you think they got it from? Look at her hands. And look at her hands. Reaching up in the sky, connecting her feet to the earth on the wheel. Look at her feet on that wheel right there. That's a water wheel, family. That's what's giving electricity. If I show you Tesla's inventions, you will see that that's one of his famous ones. I ain't even got to type the name of it in. I can just put Tesla's inventions and go to Google, and I bet you that pop up because I study him too much. That's going to pop up. Watch this. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. This the same water wheel, dynamic electric machine that I'm telling you they used in Angkor Wat. Look at it. That's a water wheel, family. That would have went on the water and it would have spent around to create electricity. Tesla knew about this. Let me show you another form of it, the alternating system. Look at it. Look at this. The alternating system. Look at that. That generated electricity. Now look at this goddess right here. Her name is, I forgot the European goddess for electricity's name. They'll type it. But look at what she's standing on. Look at where her feet is on. That right there is an alternating current machine, people, an alternating system. And look at how old that goddess is. She's older than Zeus. Sanchez, you telling me there was a female holding a lightning bolt before Zeus? Get over it, man. God damn it. Yes, before the god patriarchs personified power and electricity, the females did. The goddesses did. Right? Shout out to the sisters in the chat room out there. You're so electric with your bad self. Let's get it on, baby. Let's get it on. So like I said, you see the goddess standing on a doggone, like I'm telling you, our ancestors knew so much about electricity. They wasn't in the dark. Okay, we gotta stop the foolishness. Now let's go ahead and check out some more, because listen, let me turn my camera on and show you something. If you want to prove an ancient world union, you gotta prove that all of these people were working together, no matter what it was. You got to show how they was unified. Guess how smart I am? I said, what better way to do it than showing you this ancient energy grid that was all connected? For them to build an energy grid worldwide, that show you unity that we just now got today. They had to work together for that on a massive scale. People all around the world was building antennas and towers to create a wireless electric system to charge their devices. Yes, devices. We had technology in the past. I keep telling you that. So when people were building towers all around the world, when you read the story in the Bible about Babel and how God got mad and knocked all the towers down, plural, because God didn't just knock one tower down. They went around the world destroying all of these systems over time, or trying to conquer them at least. Let's use that word, trying to take control over them so that they can hold all power on earth and be the distributors of power. Because really, when they talk about who's in power, it starts on an electric level first. You know, the people that's harnessing the power are in power. They can stop the whole world system right now by shutting up the energy grid off. See, I don't think that we're using a new energy system today. I think we still using a free energy-based system that we inherited from the past, but they just charging you for it today because you don't know none of this, but it's free. Anybody could have used it. We all inherited it. But since they know what it is and you don't, you got to pay for your ignorance, basically. But check this out, right? Let's get back to the symbols, which all tell us about electricity and Christ, the cross symbol and all that. Now, here is another symbol of the cross that I want to talk to y'all about, because when we talk about this plus sign symbol, it's definitely the Christian cross that we have today. Here's another variation of it. They call this the Mayan calendar, but it's actually the Mayan universe, and it's the same thing that Plato called Atlantis. Okay, so the Mayans had this goddess in the middle of their universe to symbolize the same thing what the Europeans had her for, electricity. Okay, and I showed you the Dogon did the same. Everybody called this goddess something different, but she was the same thing. Like here is the Hunapku right here. And you can see in the middle of their universe, it's the yin and the yang, which is the negative and the positive. The power that's a battery. All batteries got a negative and a positive, or two opposing currents to generate the energy, like a DNA strand. So this is even the secrets of your DNA strand right here. You see what I'm saying? So let me show you what Google is rubbing in our faces today, right? If you pull up their company called Calico, look at what they got, family. This is the artwork and symbol that they're using. That G means goddess, not God, but that's what the generator of energy. Like I said, DNA. If you look in the middle of the Hunapku, you see the DNA, which is energy. Now, it's coming from mama and daddy, which is two parts of a battery, negative and positive, sun and moon, yin and yang. And it's simple when you talk about electricity. So in the middle of the wheel, we got the blending of polarizing forces to power the universe. And we can see that right here, too, with the Toltec universe. And here, the Jesuit cross and the others. We want to pay close attention to that. Now, that's what the sun and moon is doing around Rupes Nigra, which is a point of singularity, which is splitting a battery cell into negative and positive. This would be the line on a Duracell battery that splits the negative from the positive. This pole splits the sun from the moon, and it creates the two polarizing currents that allow the earth to power itself. Now, in the middle of this thing, there's a rock called Rupes Nigra, and that's literally Mercator's version of the goddess, okay? That's his version of the goddess. I'll show you the Dogon's version. So the Dogon put a black woman in the middle of their universe because it's all about the womb that you come from. And all of the ancestors worship their mother's womb. This is a fact. So this plus sign represents the female uterus, which is the source of all power. What does that mean? Where you are a being of power, energy. You're a spiritual being of electricity. Where did your journey on earth start from? Your mama. So if you are a wave of energy, you come from a generator, just like all sine waves, and that generator was your mother. This is what the Dogon's showing us right here. And you can see the serpent approaching that plus sign because that serpent represents the sperm cell entering the womb. That's like a sine wave returning back to the energy plant after it made its cycle throughout the whole city. So when a wave of energy leaves the energy plant, it takes a journey throughout the entire grid. And then it returns back home like a salmon, like a fish, back to the place it was born to, like a boomerang. And this what this goddess represents. She's going to reclaim all of the energy cells that left, and they will return back to the same spot like a boomerang. And that's what this serpent right there represent as it approached the great mother. And just to be very thorough here, because y'all know me for that, I'll show you the Catholic version of this concept just to show you it's a very universal concept. Moderators, I've been saying lately that I'm going to have to take a couple of wrenches as well, unfortunately, because part of the moderating job is keeping the trolls down. All right, if this is a classroom, I need my moderators to put the class clowns on timeout, because this is not their comedy show. All right, when it's time for me to go into the ancestral teachings, we need the people that need attention in the chat room trying to be comedians and jokesters and get laughs, put them on timeout. Yeah, it's very strict, man. Like, respect this divine information that the ancestors was laying down. It ain't your turn to get some attention and to try to create some damn humor in the crowd for yourself. All right, so moderators, be on top of that, and all the trolls too. So like I was saying, right, all of the souls returning back home, and this is all the knowledge of these ancient empires and how they connected themselves based upon their knowledge of the universe, which was also interwoven into that was the knowledge of our soul's journey, you know, back to our mother's womb, like what Jesus was telling Nebuchadnezzar. All salmon do this. They return back to their birthplace after they cycle around and they damn near go to every, basically all of the rivers that's connected to their home birth land. They make their journey around their entire world, which is all of the systems that's connected to their birthplace. Each salmon born will make a big lap into all of the cities and river systems that's connected to theirs, and it'll return back home where it'll die and rebirth itself again. And they use this to talk about the journey of our souls. And so they also use this to talk about how to harness energy too, because the earth is basically using moving energy and motion to power itself. And because we're energy and people are keep coming into the earth and leaving out of the earth, is like creating a running water effect that's allowing the earth to harness the energy of us. We are the living water, or the waves of energy. Because think about this, what's happening in a dam? The dam is using the waves, the motion of the water, to harness that energy. That wave is basically a sine wave. That's energy. And if you got the technology to harness that, it's free. Long as you can generate waves, you got energy. And who can't make a wave? That's free energy. So it's so simple that we are sine waves, and we are moving inside of a primordial water like ether. We are the waves in the water, And as we pass through the North Pole, that's like a dam system allowing the universe to power itself with the traffic of souls. Morpheus was trying to teach Neo this in the Matrix movie. So ain't nothing being wasted, right? And again, what I want to show is that in the middle of the Aztec universe is a goddess right here. That's a goddess in the middle of their universe, which represent the goddess of electricity. And I'm showing you her all over the world. All right, let's show you her again. Here she is in Europe, ancient Europe, the goddess of electricity. And here she go in the Toltec tribe of people or whatever. And what I'll do, I'll show you a collage with her all over the world in different cultures right here. So everybody had a concept of this goddess, and images like this is just more proof of an ancient world union. And what connected that ancient world? A universal concept of power and energy, you see? And it was represented here by the goddess, right? And what she represented was electricity that I'm showing you here. And you see here she's standing on top of a alternating system. And let's keep it moving. Here is Tesla's work right here. And as you can see, Tesla was talking about powering our world with green energy. You know, these huge electrostatic wheels is what Tesla's vision was, not energy plants. This was Tesla's vision. Why? It's the most cleanest way to power your world using the most abundant thing on earth, which is water. Duh, who wouldn't take advantage of that? Any other way, you just being dumb on purpose for an evil agenda. And Tesla knew that. Tesla knew that. Like you know, the Mississippi River, the Nile River, these huge rivers that flow through all of these continents is like Mother Nature is telling us, don't be dumb. Create you a wheel and power your city. Like, duh. It's like nature is just screaming at you. You don't see that I ran a big river through every continent? Use your head or you're going to stay in the dark. Like anybody would say, yo, if energy is motion, we got a huge river right there that'll keep our wheel turning. Free energy for everybody, baby. So all of the earliest civilizations, they started around rivers, y'all. Do you hear me? Nile Valley civilization, Indus Valley civilization. The oldest civilizations, what I mean are technological empires, right? Huge cities back in the day. That's what it means when civilization, right? The oldest civilizations started around rivers, flowing water. You know why? These civilizations weren't in the dark, people. That's why they started around the rivers, so that they can cut the lights on with these huge wheels. Don't think our ancestors were dumb, right? So let's go ahead and let's take a look at some more. So Tesla had this vision as well, and let's see here. So like I was saying, because I don't want to go too deep into like the sperm cell and all that, but I'm going to take some of these slides off because I'm kind of cluttering the screen. But again, here is the Dogon electricity goddess. Her name is Amma, and you can see her in the middle of that plus sign, and she's their version of Rupes Nigra, the black stone. And right here, you can see the Aztec goddess right there in the middle of their plus sign. Let's go. I'm going to make this syncretism right here with the symbols, and we can move on. Let's go ahead. This is our ancient world union. And right here, we are syncing the Dogon's electricity goddess to the Toltec's Hunapku, which their electricity goddess is what I call a spiral goddess. Let me go ahead and pull her up, because you'll miss her if you don't know symbols. some of these goddesses are literally represented by a spiral symbol. Sanchez, why don't they just show a goddess? Because they just showing her womb, right? They just showing her womb. Sanchez, why do they represent the goddess with a spiral symbol? Here is why right here. Here is why right here. Because the womb, right, is a spiral staircase. It's a sine wave of energy. Energy is motion, and there's life that's coming in and out of the female womb. When the sperm go in, the baby come out. It's literally treating the woman's body is like a dam, and the sperm is a sine wave going into the dam to transform. Because when energy crosses through that dam, it ain't the same. That's how it renews itself, and it keeps generating free energy. So when the sperm goes through the egg on a woman, it transforms. It ain't the same. It renews its energy in another form. And that's the knowledge of a stargate. Once you pass through a wormhole, nothing crosses through a wormhole and stays the same. Because the wormhole is inevitable, linked to transformation itself when dealing with energy. So the female body is an incubator to transform energy and perpetuate life on Earth with the same secrets of how we perpetuate energy and free energy systems. Okay? And so life will never go nowhere as long as women are here. It's going to keep flowing out of their womb, just like energy will keep generating itself as the water passes through the dam. So if the man is the one bringing the water and her body is the dam, then when the living waters of man, which is the sperm cell, passes through the woman's body, he transformed that energy into a human based upon the same way we transform energy as it crosses that crossover point in a damming system. It has to transform to a new version of itself, and that's how we get renewed energy. So this right here is showing you why these spiral goddesses were so important. Because if you look at the shape of the spiral goddess, it's the same shape of the Great Mother. Now, you say, Sanchez, you're supposed to be getting spiritual. Well, I'm starting real mild here, okay? I'm about to crank it up now, okay? Now, why is this important? The shape of this goddess being an hourglass is literally showing you the splitting of a cell. Why is that important? Because we don't die, we multiply. Check it out. This is energy constantly renewing itself, or free energy, okay? This is new waves of energy being created every millisecond. Like Tesla said, is the most abundant thing is energy. This is happening right now. The universe is expanding, and new cells of energy are burst. One cell is becoming two becoming four. That's happening right now as I speak. And this is the root cause of the expanding universe. It's like pumping more air into a balloon. So when that happens, the balloon will explode. But unlike a balloon, when a cell explodes, it don't die, it multiplies. It gives birth to another exploding cell that gives birth to another exploding cell that gives birth to another exploding cell. What does this mean for humans? That the cycles of life and birth can never stop. If each one of us is an exploding cell giving birth to an exploding cell, it's birth to an exploding cell. Life itself is literally based upon the concepts of free energy and how the ancestors powered their ancient world union from the inside out and outside in. So if we take a look at this image, which is a beautiful one, which is showing you the baby head pointed in a different direction than the mother's head, and that's how you get this six-pointed star. Shout out to Awakening Minds. This is one of the oldest symbols in the universe that he adopted for his company's logo, his brand. And I'm showing you this just to show you how this ties into this. You see, can you see the connection here? This is a mother giving birth, and this was the original meaning of the Madonna and child, showing us free energy being created. So These statues are all around the world, especially in Mesoamerica, of childbirth. And the secrets of childbirth is deeper than just that's how you get here. It's tied into the splitting of a cell, into the creation of the multiverse, and also free energy systems. Take a look at this Mesoamerican statue right here. And you want to compare this statue right here to this right here. The ancestors were very divine. This is the birth of a cell. The only knowledge of the universe is free energy in motion. And that's why the symbol of the goddess is the splitting of a cell, because this is literally the perfect logo. If I wanted to have a logo to represent free energy being born, this would be perfect. This is why they use this for the Holy Grail as well. So you will see variations of this in a lot of places. And like I said, one of those variations is the spiral goddesses right here, which is why they shape like an hourglass to show you the cycle of life, birth, recreation. Go and read up about them, okay? So again, I just want to show you the concept of the birth of children, the Madonna and child in the Mesoamerican indigenous aboriginal world. We can see here on the right, we have a Mesoamerican mother goddess, what we call an ancient Madonna, that's predating the Virgin Mary. You got to understand that the colonizers came in and adopted these concepts and used them. What they gave us religion, they was taking us away from our ancestral knowledge. And that ancestral knowledge, they took it and used it to power themselves and to become the rulers of electricity and to inherit this electrical grid that our ancestors built. All of these big castles and temples and structures around the world that the people in power own, they inherited it from our ancestors through theft. So I shouldn't say inherited. It was stolen because the reason it was stolen, this was stuff that the ancestors created on the earth for future generations to use for free. In other words, our ancestors had manifested Tesla's vision, which was free energy and equality for everyone. Free energy for all. What if everybody on the earth had access to free energy? It'll even the playing field with the small businesses and the big corporations. They're getting tax cuts. Don't you know that the most expensive taxes are in the realm of energy costs? If you can create products and don't have to, this is like me just being able to have full profit. Because if I got to make a Nike tennis shoe, I got my biggest bill gonna be electricity. What if I didn't have to worry about electricity and I already had raw products and leather and cotton on my land? Then guess what? I can literally make products and it don't cost me nothing to make a Jordan, but I'm charging you $300 for it. When the energy that I used to make that shoe, it was free because I used running water to power my plant. And even the materials that I used to make that shoe was free because I own the land and the resources. It's free resources right here. So there's literally zero cost to make these products, all profit, and then we drive up the value of them. That is a monopoly. Now check this out. See, what they stole from our ancestors was the knowledge of the universe, and that's more valuable than anything. And they gave you the Bible. And when they gave you the Bible, they personified all of the symbols that literally empowered us into symbols right now that take your power away from you. And I can't even make that up, dog. Sanchez, what you mean? You need to go into detail with that, Sanchez. No problem. Look at this symbol right here. This symbol of Jesus Christ, right? On the cross. That come from the Mesoamericans right here. Look at this one, Mesoamerican. Now here's a European one. Why am I showing you that? Because when you look at these symbols, you don't think about free energy. You say, hallelujah. Let me show you something about the people that's carrying the cross. Guess where that come from? Right here. the great mother. See, she shapes like a cross. Let me show you something. The concept of having a cross on your body, it comes from this great mother symbol and free energy. Look at this. Look at here. See, Jesus carrying that cross is an ancient concept. It's just represent free energy. How, Sanchez? I just went over all that. I literally just went over it all. So when I went over this, carrying the cross, they gave this to Jesus now, and he carried the cross, see? Now, there's an ancient concept in Southeast Asia called a ninja star. And guess what, y'all? They want y'all to think that a bunch of dudes was running around with them little stars throwing them in the jungle. But they didn't have electricity, but they was able to forge metal into the form of a ninja star. Now, that's just stupid. Now, guess what we looking at, people? You got to open up your mind. We don't know everything. Watch this. The ancestors had saws and all that too. Electric equipment. So when you talk about a ninja star, guess what? This was the ninja star right here. This was the ninja star. They're hiding a technological world that was in the past. People was cutting bricks, cutting wood, and when we look back and say, man, how did they build that castle? How did they build that pyramid? How did they cut them stones, man? With an electric saw, nigga. But you know what? That's just too much like right. No, they didn't have no technology. Where they get the electricity from? And that's where we go wrong at. They hid this ancient world order right in front of your face with spookism and dumb concepts. This is what the ninja star represent, guys. Free energy. This is the Star of David. This the 6-point star of Remphan. Ain't no bunch of people are running around throwing blades, nigga. That won't even, what damage that's gonna do? The ninja star represent a concept of free energy. It was a concept of the water wheel, all right? This is what the ninja star represented. How to generate energy. Until they dumbed it down and telling you people was throwing this shit at each other in the jungle. And how they make a blade if they can't generate electricity. It ain't no way around it, man, that they had electricity. So this wheel is the real ninja star, or what the Bible called Ezekiel's wheel. This ninja star concept, you know, is very crazy how they corrupted this knowledge and turned it into modern dumbed down concepts to hide it from you. So another form of the ninja star right here. You see this? And in the middle of it is a hole. Guess what? That's Rupes nigra. This the flower of life, this ninja star. This is what the Mayans is showing us. This is the ancient world union. Everybody was saying the same thing. So they got that goddess mouth open, like Michael Jordan. She licking her tongue out. Now, why am I bringing up Michael Jordan? Because Michael Jordan is a boule mason who know the truth but won't tell it. Let me show y'all something about Michael Jordan's symbolism. What make his brand so big? It's because that Michael Jordan played for the Bulls, and the Bulls was a symbol of free energy, or Moloch. When you say 20, the 23 is the 2 threes. Guess what that represent? The double conunga, or what's called the double trident right here. 2 trinities stuck together. You see it? You got a trident at the top and a trident at the bottom. It creates 2 threes. When you bring 2 threes together in sacred geometry, you create DNA, or the number 8 for infinity. And if you turn them back to back, you create the hourglass, or the Holy Grail, all over again. 2 threes, y'all. 2 threes is the goddess, and she got her tongue out, and she's a double trident. Now the 2 threes is the 2 M's for Master Mason, M&M. Master Mason, the 2 threes is the 33rd degree. 33rd degree. which is the 33rd vertebrae, representing the face of the goddess. When you get to the face of the goddess, the highest point in the spine. Now, guess what? The goddess licks her tongue out. This is before Jordan. And guess what? The goddess also take the form of a bull that's hopping through the sky. The cow hopping over the moon like Jordan with the tongue out. Why you think that man's symbol is so fucking esoterically? Niggas will kill you for some Jordan. It's in our subconscious, dude. This is old symbols that we been had, sticking the tongue out. Why you think today, if a person stick their tongue out at you, you think it's disrespectful? Because all of the sacred stuff, they demonized it and cursed it. But sticking the tongue out at a person, yeah, they think it's disrespectful. Why? Because a snake does that. The snake keeps sticking his tongue out you. But this goddess take the form of a snake and a serpent goddess. I can show it to you now. In the Minoan culture, instead of making her hold up lightning bolts like the Europeans, they let her hold 2 snakes in her hand, and that's her lightning bolts. That represent the sine wave. From the beginning of time, electricity was symbolized under the goddess. And here is just another form of the goddess of electricity once again as we make our connections here in the Minoan culture. I'm very thorough with the research, but it may take me a minute to pull stuff up. But we got a good program here for you today, so I'm going to keep it going. Again, the goddess of electricity here is all over the world. Same song. Holding her hands up, showing you about energy being generated. Now, Sanchez, how does this tie into me, Sanchez? You said you was going to get spiritual. I am, brother. Look at what's going on with you. Look at your head. When you look at the goddess holding to those 2 serpents, that's the mind connected to the neural highways. Look at there. She holding them serpents in her hand. And look at what's happening inside of your brain. You're holding on to this is Santa Claus holding on to the straps of the reindeers with his big boots on at the North Pole, see, in the middle of the skull. All of these holidays, all of these symbols and all of that was just them hiding our ancient advanced spiritual knowledge of the universe and ourselves, family.
Sánchez cocinando.
The oldest god in Mesoamerica, guess what his name is? Camazotz. Guess what? Here is an image of Camazotz way before Moses. Sanchez, why the hell you bringing up Moses? This is the God that broke the 2 pillars, man. Look at here. This is where they stole it from now. This is where they stole it from now. When Moses smashed them tablets, in between them tablets, this is where they get it from, y'all. They ain't original. I keep telling you that. Look at here. They get that from Camazotz. And the story was the mind that sits in between the 2 pillars of the brain. Look at that.
Oh, my God.
See, our ancestors were more advanced than we give them credit for. They already knew about the anatomy of the human brain and skull and how the mind worked. They personified the mind as Camazotz. Look at there. Now, guess who adopted this deity? The Hindu adopted this deity, and guess what they called him? Ganesh.
Oh, my God.
Because he's a little elephant bat. He's a weird little specimen, isn't he? Here's another form of this deity, or the goddess, if you will. Yeah, all of these weird-looking creatures. The little elephant face. Get that from Camazotz. Okay? So, yeah, man, we got a lot to go over. Let's keep on getting it. So when I say they demonized all this stuff, right? It's because they don't want you to know about electricity. Now watch this. This is how they demonized certain stuff. I'm gonna give you another example of how they did it. Now today, you got a concept of a devil's trident. Now keep that concept in mind. Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna show you what they demonized. with the devil's trident. This right here. Our ancestors had learned how to power their cities with water. And we did not invent the electrical outlet, man. We didn't. We did not invent the electrical outlet. This electrical outlet is how, when the ancestors said all is connected, how they literally connected everything, just like we do today. How you connected right now? You're plugged in. So let's pull up this right here. Because if you really look at it, right, once we found out about electricity, because I'm going to show you something about symbolism, right? See, because you got to open your third eye to see how all the symbols connect. When we found out about electricity, we were shocked. Look at my face and look at the symbol I'm about to show you. When we found, I'm about to fuck you up right now because you about to realize the hairs on your skin about to stand up. I'm trying to teach you something using symbolism. Look at this wall outlet. I said when we found out about electricity, y'all, we were shocked. Look at my face. Look at the wall outlet. When a person is shocked, that's what the mother goddess is showing you with her tongue out. That's when you have an aha moment. That's what we had when we learned how to generate electricity. Look at the goddess. This is the mother goddess face. If you flip this upside down, don't you know that's the Holy Grail with the cup running over, nigga? Check that out. If you flip this face, this is the face of the mother goddess with her tongue out, y'all. But see, if your third eye open, you can make connections can't nobody else make. I'm about to show y'all something, because people still like, I don't see no Grail cup running over. Nigga, what I'm giving you is the Holy Grail of all knowledge. Let me show you about this Grail cup running over real quick. I'm going to save a different picture real quick. Hold on. Give me a minute, because y'all don't see it. But I'm going to show them. I'm going to have to really show them this thing. Because everybody ain't got their third eye open. So let me just, no problem. I'm going to open it up for you. Look, when you flip that upside down, it becomes the Holy Grail with the water just pouring out the top of the cup, because that's the electricity. That's the Grail cup. Now, if you take this Grail cup and you flip it upside down, you get the face of the mother goddess with her freaking tongue out. Tell me that ain't eerie.
Oh my God!
Don't you know that the pyramid is what generates energy? Sanchez, why are you bringing up the pyramid? Look at this, man. I told you that the pyramids were energy generators and that the mother goddess represent energy. She's the goddess of electricity. You can see her face right here in this whole model. You can see her two eyes with her mouth and nose right there with her mouth open. See, when you generate this electricity, you get two eyes, a nose, and a mouth. That's what I'm showing you. Look at this thing right here. If you look at it, you're getting a human face, because everything is just energy and motion, family. Everything is a torus field. Everything is everything. This is the Holy Grail that flows over forever with energy. And look what's at the top, enlightenment. So if you look at this subtle energy device, this is what the Mayan pyramids were all about. Creating subtle energy. Creating subtle energy. So if you take this concept right here of generating energy, you see why they personified the goddess of electricity as a mother with her tongue out. Because if you look at this image right here and compare it to the great mother with her tongue out, you can see the pyramid is her nose and her eyes is the energy that's coming out. And they got her mouth open because that's symbolizing shock, like I just showed you. That's why we say, I'm shocked. I'm so shocked. right? That's an aha moment. That means enlightenment. Look at the top of the pyramid, enlightenment. When you realize how the universe power itself, you become shocked. Ain't that crazy? Because when you connect with the grid, the real grid, it shocks you when it powers you. See, because that knowledge is power. And since power is electricity, when I give y'all an aha moment or I give you some knowledge, your hair stand up because I'm shocking you. Knowledge is power. I'm shocking you. So even if you look at an electric outlet, let's go back to the electric outlet. You'll see it's a face that's in awe. It's shocked. It's like a human face that's like, oh my God.
Oh my God.
That shit was deep, nigga. A aha moment. Even when you look at an electric outlet, you see the human face shocked. You see the great mother raising her hands up in the middle of there, represent energy. Like I keep showing you, everything is everything. So in the middle of that electric outlet, what do we got? The great mother. This is an outlet, fam. Look at her. She's showing you an electric outlet. So the great mother raising her hands up, like I've been showing you, is showing you electric energy of the primordial waters. This sea is full of energy. Here she go right here again, Toltec version. And her body is literally personifying an electric outlet. Check it out. And they actually turned her into a bull too. Let me show it to you. See, a lot of dummies thought that electricity was the devil because they didn't know no better. Our ancestors knew about electricity. But the people who was just learning about it, to them, it was like witchcraft. They demonized it. Because you got to think, if you don't know nothing about electricity and you see somebody get electrocuted, you're going to get scared too. You know, and this bull represents electricity. The fire is a smokeless fire. What is that? A lightning strike. They said that this bull was full of smokeless fire. That's plasma, which is electricity. And the bull raising its hands up on top of the bell is literally an electric outlet.
Oh my God.
And this is showing you all of these symbols are connected all around the world to show you how the ancient world union was all connected. It wasn't no your city and my city because everybody shared the same power. Your particular local area is based upon the fact that that's y'all energy grid. But once everybody connect their roads and highways and energy grids and electricity systems, we become one nation instead of a bunch of scattered colonies. Because in early America, you had a bunch of colonies. Each little tribe was just creating its own little energy from its little local energy technology. And we found out that we can make a more sustainable system if we connected everybody's system together, like I told you earlier. And that's when we said all is connected. And we created a worldwide electric, green-based, clean energy utopia. And it was healing. It would heal the body of diseases. It was just like heaven on earth. You know? Excuse me, y'all. So when I show you the Moloch bull raising the hands and it's standing on top of the bell, you'll never look at a wall outlet the same, will you? So they got this bull on top of that bell with the hands raised. And that is simply showing you a personification of electricity, like all of the previous deities that I showed you earlier right here. All right? Simple stuff, simple stuff. Now we're going to move forward. And we can take this off of here now. So we went over, okay, now there's still a lot of more deep concepts, but I wanted to really go back to the Michael Jordan concept and the 23 because this is really esoteric symbolism in your face and why Michael Jordan brand is so big. And what it got to do something with is the great mother and matriarchy. Now, Sanchez, you telling me that a nigga who play for the Bulls got something to do with the great mother? You can't make this up. I'm gonna show you right now. Watch this. Watch this. All around the world, like I told you, they had these ancient childbirth statues, right? And look, everybody had these goddesses with their legs open, sticking their tongue out. And remember what I told you earlier, right? The symbol associated with these goddesses was 23 because it's 2 tridents. Now, when you talk about the 23, remember that the pyramid is what creates energy and power, right? Now watch this. If you look at the Mayan, this is the Mayan this is the Mayan positional number system. Look at what it got for 23, y'all. The pyramid.
Oh my God.
Look at now what I'm showing you now for the number 23. This is how the Mayans write the number 23. That's the Jordan logo, man. Come on.
Oh my God.
Come on, man. Everything got an esoteric meaning. Why you think that man makes so much money? Because this resonates with our third eye, bro. The 23, the bull goddess with her tongue out. This is stuff our ancestors, we don't know why we like it so much, but it's something about it. Flight, because this is how you get out of the body. You take flight. That ball at the top of the pyramid represents consciousness, just like the all-seeing eye at the top of the pyramid. That's the third eye. That's the third eye. That's what the ball at the top represents, just like the Statue of Liberty torch. See, him making his body into a pyramid and putting the ball at the top of it, that's a Christmas tree. This is all Babylonian symbolism, even with the Jordan thing. So now you pull up a Christmas tree with the light at the top, which is the seat of the soul, the pineal gland, seated above the Babel Tower, which is the central nervous system, and it ties back to what I was saying about the step pyramids all around the world, tying in the spiritual systems of the ancient world union, right? So the Christmas trees that we got in this town, when does the holiday time start? See, and my thing is like, hold on, let me do something real quick. I want y'all to share the video as well. My bad. Okay, so back on track. The star at the top of the tree is literally the ball that Jordan is holding. So when you have this pyramid with the all-seeing eye, right? That's what Jordan doing right now. Making his body like a pyramid and putting a ball at the top, just like the Christmas tree. This is the Christmas tree. Right? Same symbolism. Him sticking his tongue out, right? It goes back to the goddess and the 2 3s. Remember that the 23 to the Mayans is the pyramid. Boom. Now moving forward, right? And we finna get back to this symbolism of how this Grail cup is literally the face of the goddess, depending on how you turn it. So if you turn this thing around, like I said, she's sticking her tongue out like this, like Jordan. All right, so that's all I thought that was profound, and we can move on from this part right now. Black Power. Like, share, and support the show. The devil's trident is just an electric outlet. They demonize the knowledge of electricity with dumb gods and stuff like that. But really the secrets was the world been had electricity. Now here is Jesus coming on later on, symbolizing the same concepts, just like the Egyptian god Shu. So that again, other forms of Moloch, right? Which represent the seat of the soul, the source of all energy, which would have been at the town center. So if you still don't know what that means, I'll just pull up a quick Mayan cosmology, and you can see that the tree of life at the middle is just a wall outlet. It's a wall outlet with some plugged into it. You see it? Look at it. See, the knowledge of the universe is everything is connected. And when you get to the North Pole, you're going to see that there's a huge fucking electrical outlet that where the world above us is plugged into the world below. And each world is powering itself, being connected to the other world with these trees of life. Now watch this. It's just as simple as a plug inside the wall. Let me see. This is what's happening. Everything is connected at the North Pole. So when you look at this plug stuck in the wall, let's look at it. The plug stuck in the wall, right there, that's the connection point. That take place at the North Pole, you see? And some people, they symbolize it like a key inside of a door. You know, when they said Jesus had the keys of life and death, this is where we resurrect that, at the North Pole, where the connection is taking place. And what is this connection of the plug being plugged into the wall? It means that every time we die and we go back to the tree of life, our daddy and mama is meeting again in the bedroom, because this is symbolic of the male's penis going into the female's womb. All right. So life is a continuum based on the flow of electric energy, as above, so below, as within, so without. All right. So everything generate energy got to plug itself. Like if you want to power a robot, you got to plug it into the wall. Anything that's pulling, that like my computer right now using energy. And guess what? You better believe somewhere in my room you're going to see this connection. And if this thing ain't, and this connection ain't taking place, my computer ain't got no power. Just like if the man ain't putting his penis in the woman's vagina, ain't no life, which is power. Everything shut off. You unplug it. The male sticking his penis in her vagina is the connection that's keeping life powering itself and going. Just like if I snatch my computer out the wall, then life stopped. It'll shut down. And if man snatch out the woman and skeet it on the floor, life will shut down and humans will stop coming to the earth. See what I'm saying? All is connected. Everything is everything. So again, this is the penis in the vagina, and this is the sex symbolism, what they call sex magic, that explains the secrets of the universe. And you rocking with your boy Sanchez. Make sure you hit the like and share button, support button. Let's continue. So they demonized this and turned it into the devil's trident. All right, so this right here is a Mesoamerican ziggurat. Ziggurat. Okay, now, I got a whole documentary on Sumerian and Mesoamerican ziggurats. You can go to my website, to the products page, and check out all of my paid documentaries. Go to brosanchez.com and explore the products section, and make sure you get my bundles. These are cheap. You really need to get my paid documentaries. They are hours of nothing but revelations like what you see here, and you won't find them nowhere else but on my website. That'll actually give you more insight on what I'm doing when I come to these streams. So now let's talk about this concept that I'm about to show next. Is called the concept of the Ningizida. Ningizida. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And this is a Mesopotamian deity. All right, let's take a look at it. And this deity, what I like about it, it don't take a human form. This is the deity right here. It's called a fire serpent. Right? It's called the fire serpent, and it's one of the oldest deities in Mesoamerica. It's called the Ningizida. And you can see that word ninja coming to be, and it's showing you basically the spiral of life. That's all it is. And I basically just showed you this with the serpent goddesses. I showed you those serpent goddesses with the spiral on their belly right here. And this is just another form of the Ningizida. Now look at the goddess making the arch over her head, everybody. That's important. Notice that the goddess has a spiral at her base. At the bottom, she got a spiral. Notice that. And notice that the goddess here is making an arch over her head. Keep that in mind as we go back to the Ningizida. You can see the arch over the head, and you can see the spiral at the base, all right? Keeping that third eye open. We keeping that third eye open, and we making the connections. So the Ningizida is so old that the Christians adopted it with one of their fathers called Moses, who I brought up earlier. So people, here is the Ningizida in ancient Christianity, thanks to Bro Sanchez, the best syncretist in the world.
Oh my God!
Sánchez cocinando.
Because this religion that Moses had was part of the AWU, my family. That was the Ancient World Union. And Moses learned from the Egyptians because they knew about this knowledge too. That's why they had the serpent and the cow symbol too, to symbolize electricity and the goddess in the form of Hathor. And Thor became the European Thor god with the hammer. But this is all the same concept of electricity and magnetism. Torus energy, Torus field, the Torus field. So that's what I do here. I decipher the symbols. If you look at the Ningizida and you take a look at the Moses symbol, this was the same religion of the Ancient World Union. All right. The concept, and by the way, it wasn't a religion, it was a science, which is why Moses wasn't a Christian. He was what? A wise man. Our original spiritual system will make us all wise men and wise women. But when we get into the religious spookism, we are just dumb religious believers clapping and shouting and foaming at the mouth for sky daddies. See? But see, the knowledge of Moses will make you a wise man, a wise woman with the knowledge that they got with CERN, what Tesla had. What if your children knew that, man? We wouldn't need nobody. Because that's all we rely on with the people in power, technology and smarts. And they stole it all from our ancestors. We didn't rely on nobody for to make our life better with technology, because we did that already. And our technology was cleaner than theirs. So let's keep it moving. The Ningizida. Now, you said, Sanchez, are you going to keep tying this to the spiritual system? Yes, check this out. Here is the Kundalini energy rising up from the base of the spine, out of the body, and building a stairway to heaven, or a tethering line, so that the consciousness can transport itself up the stairway to heaven to different layers of reality. This is the ancient spiritual system of the Olmec Mayans and everybody in the old world, basically, which is why if you look at this dude, he's in meditation position. So we had an ancient space program, and if you're looking for rockets, you won't find it. Guess what you will find? Meditating masters. And they leaving the earth with an out-of-body experience via meditation. So the meditating body was a starship to the ancients, which is why structures like this is showing you a guru leaving the earth. And the way that the Mayans said he was leaving the earth, by simply going somewhere, sitting Indian style on a little block, and he would go to sleep. And he would travel the astral plane to different alternative realities in the dream world, which was a very real world to our ancestors, and they didn't separate these realities like we do. So let me show you some more symbolism around the world from Olmecs that we engage in today. Check this out. Here is an Olmec statue of a head coming out the top of a pyramid, and they turned this into Jack in the Box today, popping out the box. Here is the same concept with baby Krishna, and the Statue of Liberty is another form of Jack popping out the cube and emerging from the waters, because the earth realm was considered to be Atlantis, and that we are literally sunken up under the primordial waters in the underworld, in the earth realm, which we're calling it Atlantis because we're literally sunk up under the ether. There are layers above us and different realities above us. So us rising up from this layer of reality is liberation, represented by the Statue of Liberty with the spikes on the head, or by baby Krishna with the 7 serpents around the head, which is the form of the 7 spikes. And when the clam shell is opening up to free the baby, it's like the Pokemon ball opening up to free the soul. See, all of these are old concepts, and I'll show you more here, see, with the god Saturn. And what you see in the bottom right corner of this collage, that is called a Nagini from Angkor Wat, the Black Buddha. And the people who are just want to argue about the identity of the ancient Americans, they were Black Asiatic. I don't like to use the word black because that word didn't exist. But basically, they looked like me and you and a bunch of Asian people. They looked like Samoans, Polynesians. We was all the same people back then. We didn't look at like a nigga like Gucci Mane, or be cool with a nigga like what's that nigga from Tiger Claw? Bowling June. What's his name? I'm gonna pull him up. Bolo June. This dude. These people and our people then see each other as different. Now, a lot of people are in their ego. They get mad when I go here and I talk about the Black Asiatics. Don't nobody want us to go into that because it's gonna shed light on Angkor Wat and about the Black Buddhas. And basically, these people were a mixture of Asian and like what we would call Blasian sort of motherfuckers, all the way from the South Americas all the way to Southeast Asia. This was called the Khmer Empire. And basically, all the structures that we see in the Mesoamerican world are the remnants of an interconnected empire, and that empire was part of the AWU, which is the Ancient World Union, and it was among the ranks of several other world empires that connected their systems together. But the one in particular that I'm teaching you about today is the Khmer Empire, which is stretching from Southeast Asia all the way to Mesoamerica and California and Canada and all of that shit. The Khmer Empire was big, okay? So this empire was bigger than the Egyptians, bigger than it actually had the Indus Valley was part of the Khmer Empire. So you're talking about a huge empire because you're talking about the Hindus, Cambodians, South Mesoamerica, Olmecs. Listen, this was one vast empire. And this was just one empire of many that were unified under these original spiritual concepts. So here again, we got a Black Buddha. You'll see a lot of statues that's Blasian. And if that make you mad, fuck you, nigga. We don't give a fuck about your feelings, bitch. We looking at what the statues show, motherfucker. I'm tired of these stinking ass niggas full of their emotions trying to make everything all black. And like, we don't want to mix with Asians and we don't want to mix with this group and that group. Man, shut your emotional ass up. But them be the same niggas that be want to mix with Cheddar Man. Them niggas will say, we ain't mixed with them groups and them ain't our people. And then they'll say we come from Cheddar Man. Who sent y'all agents, nigga? You don't want to be connected with Samoans and Polynesians, but you want to be connected with this white man's deception of Cheddar Man. Know y'all some Masons and agents. I've been telling y'all the Aboriginal community and the Pan-Africans are the red, blue pill. They like the Democrats, Republicans for the Freemasons, keeping our people arguing and divided without seeing the ancient world union that existed. Care about niggas' feelings. Every time I go into the Asiatic connection, niggas get mad. You can't make me unsee, nigga. I know black people got Asiatic features. I dated a jet black girl whose eyes was more slanted than Bruce Lee. Don't get mad at me because it is what it is, nigga. Don't get mad at me because Gucci Mane's features is a black Asiatic man. Especially the fat Gucci. Let's go to the fat Gucci, nigga. Nigga go tell me Gucci Man and Bolo Yoon ain't from the same people. Now look at this nigga face. And if you go through these Olmec statues, you'll see several Gucci Manes. Hey, here go Gucci Mane right here, nigga. There go Gucci Mane right there. Like you can see these feet, but you can clearly see Asiatic features. We cannot deny that. As you don't want the truth, nigga. You just want your feelings and ego stroke with your bitch ass. Tired of these niggas, man. Keeping our people back cause they in their feelings, nigga. Everybody can look at this statue and see them damn eyes on it, nigga, is Asiatic. It's time that the story of the Asiatic black man gets revealed, nigga. We had an empire that was bigger than Egypt. It was called the Khmer Empire of very advanced copper-colored people. And you show up with motherfucking Cheddar Man with your silly ass. Get out your feelings. Because your feelings got you rather be connected with the lie than the truth, which is, nigga, every human is part of one big earth family. And you got a bunch of niggas that don't like that, nigga. We don't care what you like. The truth, nigga. Nobody like the truth in a world of lies. But like I said, you can't deny the fact that even Runoko Rashidi looked like an Olmec. And you can't deny the fact that people from India got Olmec features. People from Asia got Olmec features. Samoans got Olmec features. Polynesians, Hawaiians, Vietnamese. Do you understand how big the Khmer Empire is, nigga? Listen to all these people I'm naming. And there's so many more. Japan, China. All of this was one empire. That's what the serpent symbolism is about. Why you think when you go to Asia, they got all of these words called Naga, Nagasaki, Nagarjuna, all over Japan? Why you think they got serpent and snake symbols all over Asia? Because it's all the remnants of the Khmer Empire, which was part of the ancient world union, man. And Egypt was part of it too, which is why you see the snakes over there. Which is why I just showed you the Minoan goddess with the snakes and showed you Moses with the snakes. Again, here go another god with the snakes called a Dagda, where they turned the snakes into a tree. And that's how you get Buddha wrapped in the tree. That's how you see all of this stuff represent our soul body. Look at this. Look at this image and look at this one. I can do this all day. It represents the spiritual system of the ancients, which goes back to here, the fire serpent, which is called the Ningizida. All right. So let's sync the Ningizida there too, and make sure you guys like and share. I mean, we're talking about a group of people, the serpent people. And when you look at the people in Asia and all that with the serpent rituals and all that, people, we was doing the same thing. That's our culture. That's Naga culture. And it's hidden right in front of your face. That's the culture of an ancient empire that was so advanced, y'all, you can't even imagine it. And it was in the near past. It ain't that long ago. The near distant past. And if you look at what these people were like, again, Samoan, if you look at what's in California now, Samoans, Blasians, black people, Mexican, this is how it always been, nigga. Ain't nothing new under the sun. If anybody want to debate me, I'm having an after show on Golden Wings Media. This stream will redirect you to that one to call in with your debates or your agreements or whatever. You'll have a chance to speak to the topic with an after show that we're having after this one. So don't worry if you want to get on the mic and do your thing, but this is my lecture now, and it's my time, and I don't want nobody else doing it but me. But to be fair, I'll go live again after this and let you guys come up and say what you want, right? Because right now I'm teaching my research, and I don't want nobody else interfering. But I don't got an echo chamber, which is why all alternative viewpoints will be on the net stream, right? And we'll let y'all still come with your disagreements, because I don't care. I know, you know, that I got a lot of receipts for what I'm saying. So it's just going to be people coming with emotions and really hating on other groups and shit, because I can't help that these statues got Asian features and that they got Negro features and that they got Indian features. If you go through Olmec culture, you will see that this was a very dynamic group of people, which it would have been, because we're talking about the Khmer Empire, which lasted a couple thousands of years on Earth, and it was an empire that stretched from Southeast Asia to Mesoamerica. We're talking hundreds of thousands of years of these particular tribes working together. Of course, they would all start to look alike, because we unifying, having sets together, connecting our energy grids together, and we blending everything. When we say all is connected, it just ain't the energy grids. We talking about, hey, we having sets connecting with your people too. When two cities connect their energy grid, they also connect their people. The same highways that they use to connect their cities are highways that they use to connect their transportation cities. I told y'all that earlier, that when they connecting their cities together with these water canals, they using them water canals like highways to, now I can go to your city. There's a bridge, a straight path that's connecting your city to my city, because why not? Like I said with the Hoover Dam, when you build these kind of systems, you automatically laying the groundwork for a highway or a bridge to connect two points. That's why when they connect the energy grid, they also inevitably connect the highway system and transport systems too. One and the same. Because the roads and the canals they're using to connect the electricity also becomes a place where I can travel to your city through that too, like I was showing you earlier. So now when two of these cities start to connect their energy grid, the people start to blend, and they become one culture, and they blend ideas and blend symbols and blend deities and all of that. And that's why we start getting deities that look the same all around the world, because if two people had different deities, they won't have different deities after they get connected, because they will blend both deities to make one deity. And so and both people will share that one deity. And that's why I'm showing you collages all around the world where people worship this one goddess right here. Because this empire had expanded so big that everyone just started blending their local deity with this one. And after a while, everyone's deity just start to look the same, like a woman in the middle of some electricity. Because no matter what your local symbol was for electricity, it was something like that, something in the middle of two polarizing waves, or the yin and the yang, because that's the simple symbol of electricity. Or when we say a negative and a positive, right? And it's the serpent that split the two. And it ain't really splitting them, it's unifying them. And the serpent represent the sine wave that's born out of the unity of the polarity. And that's what that another form of that serpent is the great mother she's here in the middle of the sun and moon, which is the negative and positive to the battery. Okay. So no matter what your concept was, when you personified it, it looks similar to everyone else's because it ain't too many ways you can alter this concept. So once everybody blend a little tribal way of portraying this universal concept, keeping in mind that they all were similar looking anyway, you just end up with a world eventually where everybody got one world religion or old world order. Okay? And that's the opposite of dividing and conquering. That's bringing people together under one universal truth. Because everybody expressing this one truth their own way. And what's keeping us separated is that you doing it your way, he doing it his way, he doing it his way. That's the same problem that the people in power got with all of their nations. Each nation doing their own thing. So some smart guy came up with the idea of the United Nations. And they said, hey, we all got the same agenda, which is the rich versus the poor. So why are we all doing our own thing? Don't you know we can benefit by making a union? And then the United Nations was born. But this concept is an ancient concept. What our ancestors already realized millions of years ago, we all doing our own thing ain't gonna benefit the world. And that if we all unite our systems and ideas together, we can build heaven on earth. And that happened several times before already. We built the utopia on this earth plenty of times, and it's been destroyed and rebuilt several of times. So I do think that we're at the beginning of the rebuilding of that utopia right now, but we so much at the beginning, you can't even see it. But this awakening is the first steps of that beginning to rebuild Atlantis once again, which is green systems thriving on Earth and universal knowledge being distributed to all equally, okay?
Sánchez cocinando.
And this symbol became the swastika. As you can see, this also became the swastika as well from the Nazis, who had reverse engineered these concepts during Operation Paperclip. All right, go look that up. So a lot of information I'm giving you today. Again, this right here became the swastika. And also, again, this is what they're calling the ninja star. And that star right there is Polaris, symbolizing how the world was created, that which generates energy. All right. And here it is right here, just for your clarity, in the middle of our universe right here. And also Aztecs, once again, they stole this and made it the Jesuit cross. And here it is from the Dogon as well. Once again, from the Dogon, the womb of all worlds. Once again, here from the Vatican and the Jainism, which were an Asiatic ancient group of people who understood this knowledge as well. So all of these concepts are Asiatic, India-based in Hinduism or Hinduism, the Indian knowledge. And that's why when Columbus came to America, he thought he was in India, because they was practicing this same spiritual system in India. But what Columbus and his people wasn't part of the ancient world union. They were still divided among themselves. So when they was traveling around the world, they was seeing this beautiful ancient world union of interconnected empires, and they was envying that. When they saw that, they went back to their land and said, listen, all of the heathens are connected. We got to unite. Britain and all of their people started to unite, and that's when they went on world conquest after they learned all of the knowledge from our ancestors. Then they went and united and made their own empire to rival ours and make the knowledge a monopoly to where you got to buy it now. And they hide it from you. When we had systems that made it free for everybody, even them, they learned it for free. Now they want to hide it and charge everybody. Ain't that a B word? So listen, our ancestors said his knowledge is for everybody. That's why the devils learned it and they using against us too. Now check it out, right? If you look at this Jainism cosmology on the left right there, where they got that deity in the middle of their universe, you can go back and compare that to the Mayan cosmos, which I'm gonna pull up here. You see? The Mayan people over here in Mesoamerica had the same cosmic system as the Jainist people over in Asia, right here on the left. You see it? And in that wheel on the left, they got long counts and short counts. This is based on flat earth, by the way. We already know that, but we don't want to get too deep into that. But if you look at what's happening here with the Vatican, they got 4 grass fields surrounding a plus sign. And those 4 grassy fields, right, shows you what connected the ancient world union, the knowledge of the North Pole. Because at the North Pole is the secrets of how the energy is being generated. Power, represented by the cross, which is what Jesus represents. You see here? That's at the North Pole. So this is what the Vatican is showing you. 4 green fields representing the 4 continents surrounding Rupes Nigra. Everyone know the truth. Even the Jainist people knew it. Look at there. The 4 triangles surrounding there. You see? Same thing. Now, what am I doing now? I'm connecting the Mesoamerican Mayan concept of the universe to the early American concept right here, and also to the Asiatic concept right here on the left, and also to the esoteric Vatican symbolic concept in the middle. And I'm also connected that with the female reproductive tract, which is what this symbolizes, the womb of all worlds, as said by the Dogon. And we're making their connection here. Okay. And here is again the Toltec connection, the Hunapku, and here is the Aztec. And again, just beautiful syncretism on my part. And I will pat myself on the back. And again, here, your X box, all that X marks the spot, the plus sign where it all takes place, where energy generates. All right. So the Olmecs knew about the ripple effect, Plato's Atlantis. The concept, like I said, of Jack popping out the box is an Olmecian concept of rebirth and reincarnation out of the simulation. As we can see here, we have a soul coming up out of the Babel Tower, and it's finished with its simulation and its cycles of death and rebirth, according to the Hindu. So the Hindu teach that too, and the Olmec and the Mayan taught that too. And they taught it all because they was all one people. It was all one empire called the Khmer Empire, and they all taught the same thing. So if you look at this Olmec pyramid right here, that's Mesoamerican. Now let's go back to Asia. Look in the bottom right corner right here. This is Asia right here. This is a black Buddha in Asia, busting up out of his own ripple effect. And here is a European concept of a person that they call Saturn. I said a person, I meant a god, a deity. And that's just your soul leaving the earth realm, busting up out. As you can see, Saturn got the stars around his waist. He's busting up out the solar system, which is the system we in now of this simulation. And that's your chakra layers, your auric fields. That's the world around you is a simulation. You're in your bag, literally. Now, in the bottom right corner is showing us the Asiatic concept. And now I'm going to flip back to the Mesoamerican.
Sánchez cocinando.
Oh, yeah. They took this and put it in Jet Li, the one, at the end of the movie. And they showed him leaving the simulation. And they got Jet Li at the top of that pyramid kicking ass on top of the world. The Babel Tower. See, the step pyramid is the chakras. or what the Egyptians call Saqqara, is Shakara. Okay? This tower is like a motor that's kind of vibrating, like a motor. And that's to say that this tower is swaying like a Jenga block tower. You ever played the game of Jenga? The tower ain't just standing still. It's doing this. But it never falls. And the reason the tower is doing that is because each little circle that's making the tower is allowing it to be flexible and to sway so it don't break. It's kind of like stacking a bunch of plates. The plates will start to move like a snake the more you stack them. If you stack up a bunch of plates, right, it'll show you how your spinal cord is made. I did it before. I worked at a restaurant. This tower of plates will start to move like a fucking snake when you stack it up too high. It'll do this on you and go to looking liquid. Even though each plate is solid, when you stack them all just like your spinal cord, it becomes flexible. Now, your spinal cord is made out of a bunch of plates that stack together. I'm giving y'all the serpent wisdom of the Khmer Empire, or what I call the ancient world union. This is how advanced they were. Check this out. Your spinal cord is a bunch of plates stacked on each other. If you take any one of these columns and on their own, it's stiff as hell. It ain't got no flexibility properties. But when you stack up all those plates together, now your spinal cord is become flexible. But that's because each plate is allowing the plate to move, right? If you got one solid structure, you don't allow it to be flexible. You don't give it no wiggle room. It'll snap and break apart. So that's why our spinal cord is made with a bunch of different plates. You see? And it makes it easy to repair it by section. Instead of now you got to replace one, because if you got one solid pole and you break it, you got to replace it with a whole nother pole. In the case of our spinal cord, you can just replace whichever disc is broken. This makes our body so easy to repair. And that's by design. That's by design. And if your spinal cord wasn't made this way, you would be stiff as hell. Just like I said, the way that these plates are able to kind of have a wiggle motion when they sway, that's like a Jenga block tower. That's the Babel Tower concept, which is the spinal cord. So it's moving, it's swaying, right? It's swaying at all times. If you can see what I mean, like a Jenga block, but it never falls though. It never falls. And that's the thing about it. So again, I brought this up to show you that this man looks like an Olmec. His name is Bolo Yeung, I think. Yeah, Bolo Yeung. Looked like an Olmec. Now look at this. Scientists are telling us this is what the first Americans looked like, y'all. I haven't saw an Olmec statue that looked like Cheddar Man yet, nigga. But I see a lot of them that look like Gucci Mane and Bolo Yeung. You see what I'm saying? Let's let the structures speak for themselves and quit listening to what the white man's saying with his Cheddar Mans and Lucy Bones. The people who existed in the past left structures to let us know who they are today. Let's listen at that and not what the white man's saying, all right? Now, if you let these structures speak for themselves, you don't need no nigga and his emotions trying to deny the fact that it was more than one group of people in early America. Everybody want to say it was just black people here. Even Sophia Stewart said that. That's the Masonic shit. Because everybody will say the whole world was all black and all these other groups come from black people when we started mixing with them. Wait a minute, dummies. If the entire world full of black people, they ain't got nobody to mix with. How you gonna mix with another group that ain't there because you just said y'all was first? See how your own lie debunk itself. Your own lie debunk itself. Because if you say the world is full of black people and the other races come from mixing, who were we mixing with if the world was full of black people? The truth is that DNA has already been mixed to the point where you can't really do nothing but remix it, because ain't nothing new under the sun. When a black man lay down with an Asian man, he's creating a race of people that's been on the earth since the beginning of time. That's a Blasian person. They wouldn't have called them Blasian. They would have just said, this is a Cimmerian. He's a serpent person. Anybody that had Samoan, black, or Asiatic features, you was just part of the Khmer Empire, period. Same with the Egyptians and Babylonians. They all look different. Same thing with Americans. Americans come in all colors and motherfucking different types. In other words, people, there's never been a time on the earth where one particular group dominated a land just by skin tone diversity alone. That this color skin tone, it's different skin tones just in my family. You telling me that the ancient world was separated with colorism and that tribes were coming together based upon the freckle-faced people versus the vitiligo versus the albino and the black and the red bones and the light-skinned niggas? No. In the ancient world, people came together based upon spiritual concepts, which is why Columbus thought he was in Hindu, which is why Columbus thought he was in India, because he saw black people meditating, sitting what? Indian style. Columbus thought he was in India based upon the spiritual gestures of the people, not the skin color. Everywhere they was going, they saw different colors of people partaking in the same spiritual systems. And they didn't know nothing about that because all they people divided. We had an old world order, an ancient world union of different diverse groups of people together. And it confused a lot of the Europeans because these kind of unions just didn't exist at the scale that they witnessed when they came to the old Mesoamerican. Just think about the average empire in Europe wasn't that big. So you got to think about if I'm Columbus and I take a trip to India and I leave India and go to America and see people doing the same thing, I'm going to be shocked. Like, I thought I left India. What the fuck? I've been traveling for months, man. I know I'm in a whole nother motherfucking country on the other side of the world. And when I get off my ship, it's the same thing. That show you how big the Khmer Empire was. The Cimmerian Empire was so freaking big. Columbus thought he was still in India when he came to America because he saw people still sin Indian style, meditating, and doing shit they was doing in the Indus Valley. This is a big Asiatic empire that they don't want to teach y'all about because this whole empire was situated on free energy. Like I said, the word anchor watt means to harness energy. And when you think of another word for energy, ohms, If I build a huge city, that's called a Mecca. And if I build it based upon people gonna say I'm reaching, but yeah, Mecca. I'm just saying, Mecca is literally dealing with Mecca. The word Mecca mean a coming together or a muck. It come from the word mesha, which is the word masha, mash. Like a mosh pit is a bunch of people coming together in a mosh pit. But the S and the H in mosh pit, it was pronounced a masha. Go look it up. And it became a Makkah. Just like in Mecca, you got a bunch of people coming together, making a mosh pit, so to speak. And or that's called a gathering, a muck, right? Mecca, dealing with a gathering. So when you say old Mecca, you literally talking about like a metropolis-based people, because they identified by their city, which is named after the concepts that the city is based upon, which is America. The AM in America is a direct relation to the in Olmec. It's a silent L. It's a meditative chant. Why? Because the Olmecs did that a lot. If you look at Olmec statues, they are always meditating. They always they sitting Indian style, and that's why Columbus thought he was in India. Yeah, they whole cities was based on vibration, frequency, like Tesla said. A Mecca that is based upon Om. Now, this may sound like a reach to you, but often the times the truth is right in front of your face. You just laugh at it, like, cause that was too simple. You mean to tell me that was it? Mec. Most of the time is Occam's razor. Most of the time, the truth right there in your face. You're saying it out of your mouth. Just like when you say Anchor Watt, you literally saying harness energy. See, it's meaning in a name. That's power in a name. And if you just think that these people are named that just for the fuck of it, then the trick's on you. And I'm the one cracking the code. See? That's paying attention to all the details while you say it's just a name. It ain't just a name. It'll give you more knowledge if you even research that name, sir. Be thorough. Be thorough and you will unlock the secrets. I got a lot more stuff. Hit the like and share button. So, again, we already went over the identity of the Khmer Empire people. They were black Asiatics, for lack of better word. Now, let's talk about this goddess of the Aztecs, another goddess of the Aztec. Her name was Chimalma, as you can see here. And look at that goddess right there. Now, you need to get online and do this. Put in ancient, watch this, ancient childbirth statues. These are all over the world. These are the oldest deities on the planet, y'all. The Madonnas and women giving birth. These are old. This is the first religious system. See, when a woman gave birth in the old world, she had two assistants on the side of her because they gave squat births. And somebody had to hold her arms when she squat, and I'll show it to you right now with the Egyptian art. And this is old school. We gave squat births. I got a whole documentary on it. This is the Nicki Minaj and Little Kim pose. It's desecrating squat birth. It's a big mockery of it. Okay? And this is a famous pose that the women do all the time, but they didn't make this up, right? I said all of the women today are desecrating our ancient Mesoamerican knowledge, right? Because this is all them making a mockery out of the oldest revered matriarchal systems on earth, squat births. And now you're talking about a bunch of women that's pushing abortion and all that, who don't want babies, and they got that same pose, and it's just desecrating it. These women are practicing magic on y'all, man. This come from the goddess. Her name Chimalma. Go look her up. Everything we do in American culture, we didn't make it up. We've been doing it for years, man. Ain't nothing new under the sun. Ain't nothing new under the sun. All you got to do is when you see people keep doing a certain symbolic gesture that's famous, you better believe it come from somewhere. You best believe that all of these postures and poses and symbols, all you got to do is a little research, and whatever they keep rubbing in front of your face is some kind of connection to it that they not telling you about, because these people are witches, man. They know more about us than we know about ourselves. Y'all will see this pose and be like, that's the Lil Kim pose. No, it ain't, nigga. That's the Chamalma pose, nigga. Them people ain't creating nothing they self. And if you knew the history of this pose, you will know that it's supposed to represent ancient childbirth, because you could not deliver your baby any other way in the ancient world but a squat birth. And they did that for several reasons, because they said it benefit the baby and it shapes the baby head right. Go look up phrenology. A woman do not supposed to be laying down giving birth. That's why she got to push so hard. If you ever look at a dog give birth, it just squat down and shit out the baby easy, quick and easy like a turd. When you sit on a you imagine trying to lay down and boo-boo. That'll hurt. That'll probably mess up your damn bowels. You sit down and poop because you're aiming your digestive tract so that it can use density, and the heavy things can drop down, and it can trigger your body pressure system to release the poop. That'll be harder to do laying on your back. Same concept with the woman, because what the baby is being released through a little scepter hole that has to open up for the baby to be released. It had to stretch open. So when they telling her to push and all that, it's like a person on a toilet trying to strain out a turd. They tell you don't strain. That ain't good for your body. Check it out. That ain't good for the baby to be strained out. It's supposed to naturally just flow out with least resistance. The reason the women have such tough pregnancies is because they land on their back. If you look at any animal, they pregnancy be over in like 30 seconds. You be laying there on your back for hours pushing in pain, because they took this knowledge away from us of ancient childbirth, and that's why they gotta cut the baby out y'all's stomach. Most women, the baby don't even come out their vagina. And if it don't come out your vagina and they cut it out your stomach, that baby gonna have mental issues for the rest of his life. You cursed it. Because the baby head got to pass through the vaginal canal to be shaped right. It's called phrenology. It's squeezing out the excess liquid in the skull too. If the baby don't go through the canal, it got extra water in the head. Now, how many of y'all ever heard the concept of a waterhead baby? See, this some old South shit. I'm about to school you, some old South shit. If you from the country, drop a 1 in the chat if you ever heard of a waterhead baby before. They talking about a big-headed baby that's head too big like them Ethiopians, and that it messes them up with certain mental shit like that. And I'm telling you, I think the cause of waterhead babies, quote-unquote waterhead babies, that's something that you can get if you don't pass through the vaginal tract. So if you ain't a waterhead baby, you still got symptoms of it. Your shit just ain't as severe. Because if you was cut out of your mama belly, you're gonna have certain mental issues. Hey, get mad all you want. You ain't the best you can be. And this is ancient knowledge, bro. It was so important to have squat births, because if you didn't, it can literally curse that baby for life. So childbirth was a ritual back in the day, and a woman couldn't do it alone. She had to be accompanied by 2 companions on each side. So what did they turn this to? Jesus in between the 2 thieves. When the portal is open above Jesus, that's talking about the woman's scepter when she pushing. When the doctor say push, she's opening up a portal to release the baby. If the baby don't go through that portal, it don't complete transformation. That's a stargate. So when you snatch that soul out the belly prematurely, it's gonna be immature. It's gonna be slow to develop spiritually. See, cesarean childbirth is reason why a lot of us dumb down. And there's more babies being cut out the belly than coming out the womb. And so we got a lot of waterhead motherfuckers walking around. Because they ain't teaching us phrenology. So check this out, right? The ancestors knew how to make gods intelligent humans, and it started right with the process of childbirth. Why would our ancestors make statues around the world like this? Because this was important to them. They wanted every woman to know, even in the future, you need to have your baby like this if you love your baby. Think about it. Why would people go around making statues of women squatting out babies? Because they wanted to tell you, hey man, this is how y'all need to have babies. If you don't do it this way, you fucking that baby up. And that's very important. Because to the ancestors, if you don't do this the right way, you can't undo it now. And that baby gonna be cursed for life with burdens, mental burdens that it's got to work its way through. So if it's that serious, it explains why the ancestors had this all around the world, showing women, have your baby like this if you love them. Because if you don't, you're going to damage them. And so it's so much knowledge that they took away from us, and you will realize why the ancestors had certain carvings, certain statues, because it was certain things about life that was very important to them. Because they knew about energy, frequency, the brain, the mind, how important it was to have a squat birth for that soul coming into the world. You see, life is so hard for us now because knowledge is power. We ain't got none of this knowledge. And this goes back to Michael Jordan. When you see Michael Jordan with his legs open, licking his tongue out, he doing an ancient childbirth ritual. These were the early goddesses. They looked just like Michael Jordan. They had their legs open, making a triangle just like this, and they had their tongue out. And the symbol of the goddess was a double trident, 23, and she took the form of a bull too. You think all that's coincidence, dude? You think all that's coincidence? So yeah, man. These ain't nothing new under the sun, and Sanchez here to show you the ancient world and the modern world, just like I'm doing with the goddess Chimama and Little Kim. Let's go. Everything is everything. If you like what I'm doing, hit the Cash App that's pinned to the top, and I can keep on doing it, all right? Because of generous contributors like you, I can keep researching and bringing quality content in a world full of lies and watered down content that ain't edifying the spirits of our people. So help fund this war. You are definitely donating to the righteous side, and your money is going to help and do the righteous work. Just know that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to run through my slides here because I'm doing a very good job. I'm actually doing better than I thought I would do with it because I had so much stuff to break down that I thought it'll be confusing to me. So at this time, I'm going to move to my next concept. Now, this is a big thing that they making a big deal out of because they discovered this a few years ago down in South America. And this is the ancient earth god of the Mesoamerican world. It was an ancient serpent god with the mouth open. And they said when you enter the mouth, you enter the underworld. But you can see that the mouth was shaped like a Christian cross. This is the first form of Christianity. What do we find in Christianity? Crosses and serpents. Let me show it to you again. You got to remember these symbols and keep your eyes open. It's the same thing all around you. The cross and the serpent together represent energy and the sine wave and the swastika. So here again, you got this serpent wrapped around the cross. You see it? Because the cross is in the middle, the black negative space, and all of these ripples is the body of this serpent dear to that the Mayan spoke of. So this would be their form of the devil, the earth god, which is it's them personifying a computer, and that they knew that we was in a supercomputer. Now people think I'm reaching, but this gonna goes back into Mesoamerican concepts. Don't you know that the Confederate flag is one of the oldest flags in America? Oh yeah, let me show you some stuff real quick. The Confederate flag, why they want to demonize it, is because if you look at it, it's got all of our symbolism now. Let me go to this thing real quick. Pull up my nets slides here. Got too much stuff open. That's the problem. Hold on a second. Let's pull up this Confederate flag in this beast computer. We about to get deep now. Oh man, where the hell is, got the wrong folders open. Hold on, everybody. Because now I am getting, oh yeah, I forgot to show this too. So at this point, I'm kind of being thorough, kind of recapping and just going through the concepts and showing you more versions of them just for the sake of being thorough. All right, so here again, when I was showing y'all the Olmec concept of that Olmec head busting out the top of that pyramid, and here it is right here. Here it is right here. Here it is from the Olmecs right here. And then I'm going to show it to you again from Christianity and Egyptian right here. Now, what is Jesus coming up on? Why is Jesus standing on an anchor? Anchor what? Remember, anchor. That wheel that you see behind Jesus, that's a water wheel. Remember, Jesus is personifying energy, family, power. And that's why I keep showing you Jesus' symbols as a plus sign, a crown of thorns. It ain't a real dude named Jesus that's walking on water. This wheel looks like it's walking on water if you ever see it. We got to really realize what I'm trying to tell you. Why they said Jesus was walking on water. Because once you understand Jesus is personifying technology that generates energy, then you realize Jesus is personifying a water wheel in a lot of these scriptures. So when they said Jesus walking on water, if you know that Jesus was a God that used to take the form of an all-seeing eye, here we go right here, dude. Don't Jesus wear a crown of thorns? Well, look at what this all-seeing eye wearing on his head. Spikes. This the Statue of Liberty. This is the knowledge that'll liberate you from the powers that be and will allow your people to build their own energy grid and empower themselves. See? See? This is why Jesus walked on water. He's literally personifying a water wheel. And that's what they do. They skim the surface of the water and create power with a crown of thorns on. All right? Jesus said, my cup keep overflowing with water. I'm like, bro, at this point, if you don't think that this man is personifying a water wheel, you stupid. He telling you he's a water wheel. My cup keep overflowing with water. Bro, all you got to do is go and watch a water wheel. You will see why Jesus talking this poetic language of him walking on water, of him keep pouring out water nonstop. Because look at the water wheel. All day, all night, 24/7, the cup runneth over with water, and it creates power. So Jesus was basically speaking as a water wheel, as a source of energy. He's the personification of the most advanced ancient technology, that which gave them light. I am the way, the truth, the light. I'm also a healer, because if you drink from these waters, they are so electrically charged, it'll heal the body. And so Jesus to the Egyptians is Horus right here on the left, And you can see instead of having Horus on top of a water wheel, the Egyptians getting a little more fancy with it, and they made him stand on top of a dam.
Oh my God.
But I told y'all that the dam and the water wheel is the same ancient technology of how to power their world, right? So the Egyptians got a little more fancy. They said, yeah, we're going to sit our God on top of a dam because, you know, we've upgraded the water wheel now and we using dams over here in the Nile River. And so they got their personification of power sitting on a dam, as you can see there, sitting on top of a dam. So you got the water wheel on the right, you got the dam on the left. Sanchez goes in. And they're all personifications of power, all right? We don't look at these gods as technology, but when you open your eyes, you will see our ancestors just weren't making pretty pictures. This was very deep, advanced knowledge in science, told in a mythological personification type way. So let's move on right there. That was dope. Now here again from Egypt, we got this god called Sakar, who's leaving the simulation. This is basically the mind busting out from between the left and right brain. And we can see that here in ancient Hebrew art. And we can compare that right here to the meditating Buddha here in Asia. And the whole concept of the mummy living again shows when the mind leaves the body, it will wrap itself in another simulation and live on in another experience. So the concept of the mummy getting up from the dead is just the endless continuum of life, the never-ending story and journey of the soul in the heavens. Nothing to be afraid of, but everything to be excited about. And I'm going to share a dream that I recently had a few nights ago in a minute. So if you look at the concept of Plato's Atlantis, Plato was showing you what the earth is. And they call this a god called Saturn. When they started to personify this cosmology, it became a dude named Saturn, which is Satan, the god of the world, the earth god, the one that's ruler of the earth is Satan or Saturn. But Satan or Saturn ain't a person or a spirit. It's a concept that shows you the shape of the universe. And when they didn't want you to know the shape of the universe, they turned this shape into an ugly monster and scared you with it. And here it go right here. Saturn or Satan, the earth monster, that great serpent. Here it goes in the Mesoamerican world. This is the Mayan earth monster, which is a serpent with his mouth open, sucking you into the simulation. So this is a Tesla coil. That's them personifying a Tesla coil. Your energy inside of a Tesla coil, that's saying that Saturn is harnessing you for your energy while you're inside of this Atlantis, this earth realm. You're being harnessed for energy while you're inside of this Tesla coil called Earth. So the ground is a coil or the soil. And that's why a seed can't grow unless you put it in the ground, because the ground is literally generating energy. Okay? And if the ground is generating energy, it ain't just the soil we walking on, it is the coil we walking on. And that would be the Tesla coil. The earth's soil is literally the coil that gives things energy to grow. Like a seed in the ground, it's now pulling energy from the soil or the coil. You see the coil, all right? And it can't pull energy from the soil or the coil until you put it in the ground, because the ground is connected to the North Pole. So the seed got to ground itself, like Saturn showing you. And when it become a tree, it can poke its head above the ground like what Saturn is doing. Transformation is what the earth doing to the seed, just like what the mama body doing to the sperm cell. So everything is everything. All right, now check it out. This is Plato's Atlantis personified as the earth god, And these people not telling you that. They want to keep having you believe in monsters and devils, and they have meetings and they bring up these artifacts and they really desecrate them by making them into more spookism. And that's why people think it's witchcraft. Right? So what else I got with this? What was I gonna bring up? Shit. Slipped my mind. Okay, and this is called Sarlacc. Sarlacc. Sarlacc is a monster in Star Wars, I think. Yeah, Star Wars monster. And they stole this from the Mayan. Because Sarlacc, the word sar means a sore, like a wound. They personifying a female vagina as a monster. And this is how they demonize in this childbirth stuff. Squat births. The vagina was God. And when they don't want you to understand that the female womb is the gateway to the earth, they telling you that's the devil when it's really the diva. I told you that the great mother became desecrated as the trident, where she represent power, that which allows the soul to resurrect. What allowed you to do that? Your mama used her body as an incubator for you to transform, just like a caterpillar using a cocoon. Come on now. So check this out, bro. The word sar means sore. That's what the womb is, a womb. It's a sore, an open sore. And the word lac means a latching system, like a lock or a lac. A lock is the Mesoamerican word for lock. So what happens is this sore will pull you into it and it'll lock you into it. The Hindu call it the locus, and I'll show you their version of it. They got a Babel tower that look just like Sarlacc. It's a ripple effect. When you look into it, it's a series of rings, just like Sarlacc mouse. And they call them the lakas or the lakas. But that laka is from Sarlacc, laka. When you say assalamu alaikum, laka, that's dealing with you're bonding yourself to this deity Allah. The word lac is a lock or a latch system, allowing me to tether myself to something. Like this is the umbilical cord that connects the baby to the mother. But since they are personifying the womb of the great mother as a monster, then they call it Sarlacc, and anything fall in it get locked inside of it. But that's just like a sperm going into the egg. It's at the point of no return. It can't make it out now. The only thing it can do to make it out is transform. And that's what it did to get out. And here you are right now as a human, not a sperm. So Sarlacc acts just like the sperm Sarlacc acts like CERN technology, is what I'm saying. Here is the Dogon conception of the universe right here. And that's where they get Sarlacc from. All right? If you want to know what think about an open sore. It's pink. It's orange because it got like pus on it. It's a sore. And that's what the word sar means. Sarlacc. And a sore is pink, red, orange because of the pus. And if you look at the CERN machine, it's just what a female womb is. It's a sore. So the CER is like the SAR in Sarlacc, based upon CERN technology. Because what the Mayan is showing you is that the Earth is a huge CERN machine or a Tesla coil. The CERN machine is an advanced Tesla coil. And everything is basically based upon this knowledge of the Tesla coil. Okay, just to make it simple. All right. So I'll pull up that Tesla coil again so that we can see what I'm saying. Give me a minute. Here are other concepts to show you what I'm saying. the yarmulke means your maker, yarmulke, your maker, the one that made you. And since the Y and the J are interchangeable, guess who else wear yarmulkes? Jamaicans. The word Jamaica is the word yarmulke. Tell me I ain't bad though.
Sánchez cocinando.
If you ever look at a Rasta hat, they wear yarmulkes. This is the Jamaican version of the same yarmulke concept. It's the Saturn rings over your head and the star of Remphan in the middle, the flower of life with the rings of the earth expanding from it. So you got the flower of life in the middle, which is the blunt symbol, and then the rings of smoke around it, which is when you smoke the blunt and blow out the rings. This is the same symbolism with Papa Legba. He got the cross with the rings. And this why Rastas smoke all the time, because it's basically they are the modern Papa Lekbas. They got that Papa Lekba energy. But the pipe is the North Pole and the smoke is the spirit. Inhale and exhale is you leaving and exiting the simulation. That's why you got a God smoking a pipe, and they saying he the one controlling the crossroads, and he's the God of the dead, which is Papa Lekba. Because he is like Pan blowing on them pipes instead of smoking, blowing the pipes. Because the North Pole is a pipe and the soul is literally inhaling, it enters hell and exits hell through an outside force that we call in God that literally sucks and siphons you in and out. So they turned it into Papa Lekba, but the Rastas are embodying the whole concept of Lekba. Right, that's why you get the Lekba vibes whenever you get round a Rasta, you get them same Papa Lekba vibes. And if you think I'm tripping, just pull up an image of Papa Lekba the next time you round an old Rasta, and you will see what the energy of Lekba is. He just a smoking old man who got wisdom. He gonna smoke you out, and while you hitting the blunt, you ain't gonna even know he teaching you about the universe with the blunt that he using, nigga. You don't even know that. You just think he's smoking with you. But while he talking to you and you hitting the blunt, you looking at the blunt like, oh shit. You know how when a nigga hit the blunt and there's some good weed and he look at it like, you look at that bitch like, oh, I get what he's saying, nigga. The blunt, the North Pole, the smoke, the soul. Inhale, exhale. I get it now. That's why Papa Lekba wrapping himself in the serpent just like Buddha.
Oh my God.
Papa Lekba is a Nagini. Don't be scared of him. I just showed you a Hindu Nagini. Jamaica is Yarmulke. The Jewish word for yarmulke is kippah, which means a cipher, which means to pull. This is what the female egg does to the sperm. It reels it in magnetically. That's why the sperm don't got no eyes. The sperm don't need to see. Because in the head of that sperm is iron. It's iron in the head of that sperm. And the female egg is a magnet. So the egg is the North Pole. Or the North Pole. The word pole is pull. The North Pole is literally the egg of your mama and your next rebirth in the next universe, pulling your soul to it. And that's what the Vatican know. They know we can't die. Look at this. This cross is the female uterus. That's why they said Jesus died on the cross. But death is transformation. Jesus is a serpent god representing the sperm cell. When the sperm hit the egg, it dies, which is transformation. That's no different than a caterpillar going inside of a cocoon. When the caterpillar goes in the cocoon, it don't die. It basically go to sleep and it transforms. And when it wakes up, it's fully transformed. That's what you did as a sperm. You went in the egg, which is a cocoon, and you went to sleep as a baby for 9 months. And when you woke up, you broke the fetal bag, and they said, okay, your mama water broke. It's time for him to be born. That's no different than a butterfly breaking through a cocoon and flying away. Same thing. Rebirth. So that is your maker. That's the one that made you, your mama. And our maker is our mama, represented by Virgin Mary and the baby right there. That's your maker. So when you say Yamaka, you literally saying ya maker, your maker. The thing that made you, man, your mama. Is that simple. I keep telling y'all, we keep complicating this stuff. They hiding the truth right in your face. So it should be very simple to find it once you know that. I'm just saying. If a person say, Sanchez, that's just too easy, man. Like, it's right there in my face. That can't be the truth. That's called Occam's razor. Often that is the truth. The easiest thing. You ain't finding the truth because you keep saying it's right in your face. Then when I show you the shit right in your face, you say, man, that can't be the truth. Why? Because it's been in my face the whole time and I didn't see it. So it can't be right. Ain't no way that's the truth. You know how long I've been staring at that, Sanchez? How you telling me that's the truth? Because you've been looking at it wrong the whole time. But you keep saying that they hiding the truth right in our face, but we ain't free. And the truth will set us free. And we want to know where the truth at, but we the ones that keep saying they hiding it right in our face, but we won't look right in our fucking face at the truth. That's what I'm doing. Now check this out, right? It's right in your face. It's right there in the word. Yamaka, your maker, Saturn. Saturn is the god that they saying creates the body, the pentagram, the flesh, the earth realm. Look at the Yamaka. It looks like Saturn, your maker, your maker, right? So look, Yamaka, Jamaica, because the Y and the J are interchangeable. So when you say Yamaka, you saying Jamaica. And when you go to Jamaica, they wear the yarmulkes on their head. All right? They wear the Rastafarian whole spiritual system is based upon Saturnism. That's why they smoking all the time, because that's the Lekba shit. So if you ever look at one of these Jamaican hats, it's Saturn. It's just the god Saturn with the rings. All right? And if you look at it, here it is right here. And then here it is right here. This is a hen's egg chopped open because this is what the Dogon set of Earth is. And here go the Dogon version of Plato's Atlantis, which we're tying again here with Sarlacc. So the name Sarlacc is two words, a sore and a latch. That's to say that you are attached to a womb. And that's what you see with the baby and the umbilical cord. Attached to the mother's womb, Sarlacc. That's how you get to the earth, through the CERN portal, which is your mother's vagina. In between a woman's leg is a CERN portal. I want you women to know that they wouldn't be able to make the CERN machine if they didn't study your vagina. Because the woman's body is the gateway or the portal to the earth. She don't know she's a machine, a living, breathing machine. She don't know the power that her as a machine is able to generate. But if she only knew. And this why all of the goddesses in the past, right, they was the ones represent electricity in the form of a goddess. You see? Because the womb is the thing that allowed the soul to resurrect. Because just like the cocoon allows the caterpillar to resurrect as a butterfly, the womb allows the sperm to rise again as a human being. I love you, women. Every last one of you. Even the women that's mad at me and hate me. Because what you got to realize, right? Everything they are doing to rule the world is based upon them studying the female's anatomy. You know that? Because the life enters her and exit through her as the final portal of entry and exit to the earth. So if you want to create a wormhole, you need to be studying females. And guess what? There's a dude named Peter Niger. He collects women's eggs. Drop a one if you heard of him. These folks been studying the female for years. Guess what they do? They collect female eggs all around the world because the female egg is a portal. They collect so many female eggs, right, that they studied the female egg just like this hen's egg, and they reverse engineered that shit to a CERN machine. And this is the knowledge of the ancient world union. This is the serpent knowledge of the Nagini. This is why Papa Lekba got a serpent wrapped around him, because this is the story of the Buddha. This is the story of the Buddha, the one who wraps himself in the serpent. That's the one who goes into the simulation so that they can transform themselves and become a god. That's you and me. Don't it feel good? Don't it? Because good is God. That good feeling is the God feeling. This whole story of Buddha is all around us, man. Saturn knowledge coming up out of Saturn, sitting on them rings. When you rise up out this CERN portal, you're going to look like Buddha. The earth is a big CERN machine, and there's layers of it. So I showed y'all this even in the Hebrew cosmos. This is the knowledge that connected the ancient world union. All right? Let's talk about the Galactic Confederation, which is represented by the Confederate flag. Because what people don't realize is that the Confederate flag represents the union that we made at the North Pole. Look at there. As within, so without. Our ancestors, the human life, right, it expanded from the center outward. And when we started leaving the center of the earth, we said we got to keep the covenant that's at the middle. We made a huge confederation worldwide. And everybody, when they left the middle of the earth, no matter what civilizations that they built when we left the center, we had to keep the covenant that we made when we was united at the middle so that we can keep all of our worlds connected. When all of the seed of humans left these 4 continents, they scattered out like a epicenter all around this singular point and spread its civilizations all over. And the original civilizations that we made when we left Eden must keep the knowledge of Eden for their children. In other words, when humans left the middle of the earth, that was a covenant that we made. And we said, listen, we're leaving away from the place that reveals the secrets of the universe. And when you get away from the North Pole, people can lie to you about what the earth is. So since we're moving away from the North Pole, we're going to take the North Pole with us in the form of symbols, so that no matter where we go on earth, we know the truth on what's happening in the middle of it. Because we start to explore the earth and we left the center. And before we left, we made an agreement that no matter how far away we get from the center, we will keep the knowledge of the center, even in our outer world civilizations that we're going to build in Egypt and Mesoamerica and all that. So when we left the center of the earth, we built cities that look just like the North Pole. We built cities like Atlantis that literally looks like the North Pole. All of our cities resembled the earth so that we can teach children what the North Pole is, even though we started to see the life of humanity away from it. We did that so we would never lose the truth. So on all of these continents, we see step pyramids. We see monuments that remind us what the earth is all over the world. Because when we left the center, we never wanted to forget the knowledge that we learned at the middle of the earth, which was how to make computers. Because at the middle of the earth is a huge CERN machine and supercomputer. And that's what they're calling Sarlacc. That's what the Confederate flag represents. It's a computer that's so big at the earth, in the middle of the earth, y'all, that it's 4 continents big. Now think about how big the CERN machine is. The CERN machine is 3 countries big. The CERN machine is so big that parts of it is in 3 different countries. That's how big the CERN machine is, that it's going through 3 countries. I didn't say 3 cities. I didn't say 3 states. I said that the CERN machine goes through 3 countries. Imagine the type machines that the ancestors built, how big they are. What if I told you that the ancestors built machines that are so big, you're calling one of them the Earth? You're in one of the ancestors' huge machines now. And this is the concept of the ghost in the machine. They say it all the time. Halloween coming in 2 months. You will see it. The ghost in the machine. We are the ghost trapped in the machine, the Matrix. That's what the Matrix based on. So look. This is what's at the middle of the earth. See, you can't lie to nobody about what the earth is at Eden. You can't tell no lies in Eden. Ain't no liars in Eden. Why? Because everybody looking at the source of energy. Can't nobody walk up to a nigga in Eden and be like, we live on a globe and we power ourselves by man burning fossil fuels. The people in Eden will laugh at you. Because they right there next to the North Pole. They know exactly about the cosmos because they right there with the machine that's powering the whole thing. You can't lie to them. They looking right at the dang on mechanisms of how it worked right there. So that's why I told you, when we left the North Pole, we knew that now the further we get away from the center, the more we enter the realm of the lie, where the lie is possible. There is no way possible for you to lie about what the earth is in Eden. And that's why ain't no lies in Eden keeping people dumbed down and slaves. It's impossible for you to have a world system like what we got right now, lying to people about the earth. That's impossible in Eden because everybody right there by the North Pole and they know what it is. So these systems of slavery only existed when we left the North Pole. And when we left the North Pole, we brought the knowledge with us through flags like the Don't Tread on Me. Let's pull up the Don't Tread on Me and show you the Nagini on there. What you think that snake is? That's a Nagini. And this one right here show a person getting up from the grave, a zombie resurrecting. Look at that. All of this was the knowledge of getting up from the dead, getting up out the continuation of your soul's energy. So here is a man resurrecting, just like I'm showing you Saturn raising up out the ripple effect, Buddha coming up out the snake. That's what this is. Don't tread on me. Why does it say don't tread on me? You know what a treadmill is? That's a walking machine. They saying don't walk on me. Why are they saying don't walk on me? Because the ancestors said that if you don't want to be treaded on, you need to rise up. You need to rise up. That's what don't tread on me mean. Because guess what the treadmill is? The treadmill is this right here. Let me show you. Here we go right here. If you in the underworld, you're being treaded on. And everybody that's being treaded on, you're being harnessed for energy. Everything that's below this top world is being harnessed for energy in this system. You see? Everything that's under these waters, you are an Atlantis. Our entire earth is Atlantis, man, up under the primordial waters. Now, we're being treaded on. And the only way we can make it out is to rise up and nobody walking on you no more. You at the top now. That's the only people that ain't being treaded on. But if you look at the Don't Tread on Me flag, it's showing you the universe. It's showing you the universe. Let's pull it up. The reason that snake shaped like that is because it's Plato's Atlantis. It's the same concept of the Babel Tower and Satan, the earth god. You see? And just like the mother goddess, it got its mouth open, licking the tongue out like snakes do, because she was a serpent goddess. I keep telling you that. She was a serpent goddess. So if someone say, why does goddess keep licking her tongue out all the time? Because she's a serpent goddess. And the serpent represent the sine wave. Everything was symbolic with the ancestors. This is the step pyramid, represents Saturn or Satan, the knowledge of the earth realm, which is the serpent wisdom. So if you look at this snake, it is the universe. All right. And that's why it's saying, don't tread on me, because once you walk your way up the stairway to heaven, that's what you gonna be saying. Don't you, like, nigga, dope dealers said all the time, my dope ain't stepped on, nigga. Everybody know that if you in the drug game and you selling some dope that's treaded on and stepped on, it ain't really got a lot of power. That's what the flag represent. Don't tread on me. Don't take my power away with the Saturn system. It was literally saying, don't recycle me into the simulation. Don't throw me into the underworld with the serpent. This is an old symbol, y'all, that goes way back to the Olmec, and they turned it into a flag, but this is a Hindu Nagini, and the knowledge of the Nagini is the same knowledge of don't tread on me, which is don't put me in the underworld. Get me out, get out, the matrix. Free yourself, Neo. That's all they saying. Don't tread on, don't be walking on me. Don't put me in the underworld, right? Because I'm powerful. I'm a god. I don't belong in the underworld getting stepped on and walked on, because the people in the underworld, they ain't got a lot of power. Because it's like dope that's getting stepped on. It ain't got a lot of power because it's been through too many people. Too many hands touched it. And that's the same thing with this Babel system. When the energy passed through too many water layers, it loses power. And it's getting stepped on too many times. So imagine the people up here stepping on you, they stepping on you, they stepping on you. The lower you go, the less power, just like the dope. The more people step on it, it's gonna lose potency. You niggas know about the dope game. Come on now. Let's take a quick break and see what my dog's arguing about.
Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach. Bro Sanchez, you got the story right, and now I see, yeah. Bro Sanchez. Bro Sanchez, just one who's out there in the fight to teach.
All right, let's go ahead and start wrapping this up so we can prepare for the call-in show. So again, don't tread on me, again, like a treadmill, people walking all over you. And that's what the concept come from. Don't walk on me. It's a spiritual concept. And that's what the serpent represent, all right? So let's drop a bomb. I had to silence the dogs. And my Cash App is pinned to the top of the chat room if you guys like my research, okay? Ain't nobody really bringing it how I'm bringing it. Everybody else telling people stuff they already heard. I'm the only breath of fresh air giving people aha moments and concepts they never heard before, because I'm doing genuine research. It's so much to learn in the universe, and people think they know everything, and they just creating echo chambers reinforcing indoctrination. If I tell you something you already know, that means we are a cult, an echo chamber, and we just reinforcing status quo. And when you tell people something they never heard before, they say you're wrong instead of saying, let me go verify if you right. Because they're going to push back against their programming. It's outside of their box. And y'all got to step out your box because we don't know everything. Everything there is to know is not in your little box. There is more stuff to know outside of your box. And when I say something you don't know, it's just that. You don't know it. Don't mean it's wrong. It just means you don't know it. Ain't nobody wrong because they saying something you don't know about. It means you don't know everything. And if you want to know more, then hear what others got to share. Or just stay in your limited little level the rest of your life, never evolving your box and expanding your sphere of knowledge. So earlier I showed y'all an Olmec head on top of a pyramid busting out the pyramid. Let me go back to it. This serpent represents the same concept. And instead of having Jack in the box, the soul coming out the cube, or instead of having this Olmec head busting out the step pyramid, they got a serpent, basically rising above his own little ripple effect, but it's the same thing. Don't tread on me. Why? Because I'm the Most High. That's what the Olmec head represent right here, being in that Most High position. In that position, you ain't being treaded on. Because everybody that's being treaded on, they losing power the lower they go, based upon you being stepped on more and more by another level. We talk like this today. When people say you stepped on the dope, they saying you cut it. And basically each one of these layers of reality is cutting the energy of your soul, making it weaker and weaker. All right? Each one of these worlds is gonna take some of your soul force energy. Just like if you had some good dope and you passed it through 10 different dope dealers, and each one of them cut the dope, it's going to keep losing power and potency. So your soul is like pure dope at the top, pure cocaine. And then when it passed through this first level, that's like a dope dealer cutting you. Then this dope dealer get you, he going to cut you. Now he going to cut your ass. By the time the dope get way down there, people gonna hit this shit, but they ain't gonna be able to get high. And that's why they said, and basically getting high is climbing up the mountain. Once you get so low, it is just not enough energy down there for people to climb their way back up. So imagine being at the base of a mountain and you really don't got no energy to climb over. Your existence will be at the base of the mountain. And that's what condemned souls in the underworld are headed to, damnation. That's damnation. You can fall so far into oblivion and negative energy that you can just become one of them trapped souls, man. Like some of these archons that's ruling the world, to where the earth realm gonna be your heaven and you can't rise no further. See, the people that rule this world, they can't go no higher than this, based on what I just told y'all. You get to a certain level, right, where it's just no energy down there that you can pull from to climb back up. You've been cut so much, ain't no energy in you that would allow you to ascend no more when you get too low. Now, the beautiful thing about us, though, We can go low as we want and still climb up because we're generating our own energy from within and not from the particular earth ring we own. The particular earth ring we own, it powers our body, but not our soul, which is why our soul will keep rising up no matter how low it go, like a bubble in the ocean. But these archons are like rocks in the ocean. Wherever they settle at, like the pilgrims, that's home. Like the people at the base of that mountain, because they don't have the energy to go no further on their own volition. They are parasitic and vampires. If they do move, it's because they took the energy from something else. Remember, energy is motion, which is why the colonizers were pilgrims and settlers. And that's like a stagnant swamp. Our ancestors were gypsies. In every sense of the way, spiritually and physically, we are soul journeyers traveling each of the universes. We don't settle on no particular level. We all over the cosmos. And when we get in any particular world, we travel all over that world too. We don't sit in one spot like stagnation of a swamp. But there are another group of beings, they got a swamp-like mentality. They settlers and pilgrims, they like leeches. See, a leech will just latch on to a part of your body and it'll just stay right there as long as it can suck some energy from that place. Why move, right? That's a lazy vampire mentality. And you got people, you got beings that's like that. Beings that's like that. You know, they got a leech motherfucking mentality with the spiritual system. And these are the people that we got that the world gonna be better without. All right. They are parasitic. They ain't connected to nothing spiritual. They might as well be machines, nigga, which I think they are. And they are among us, bro. The people I'm talking about are the ones that turned all this knowledge to this occult shit that got everybody dumbed down and lost and not seeing what I'm showing them right here. And it's right in their face. Because here go the Dogon illustration of the universe. Simple, right? And look at Star Wars, Sarlacc, the Earth realm. According to Star Wars, and Sar is a sore, a sore. What does a sore look like? This right here. And the lack is a latch. We're latched to a monster that look like a sore. We're tethered to the earth realm. We're anchored to it. The only way out is to cut the rip, and that's through death. That's why when a person dies, we say rip. And you died before in a previous life. When you ripped in your previous life, it was represented by them ripping your umbilical cord in this life. When you freed yourself from the earth, think about it, when we die, we separate from the earth. But that's what happened when we're born too. Our mother is our earth. And when we born, they cut the umbilical cord and we separate from our earth, from our mother. So life and death is the same thing. In one universe, you're separating from the earth through death. But at the same time, in another universe, that same act is carrying out, but it's giving you life. It's a paradox. That's why life and death is two ends of the same door. And we can't die because when you walk out one, you just walking into another one. The entry and the exit connected. So when you walk out, you walking in. And this take place at the North Pole. You know, it's very beautiful, man, the miracle of life and death. I love it. I'm obsessed with it. So what else do we got to go over here? Okay, let's do this one. The beast computer. See, all of the symbols of America are ancient symbols of the Khmer Empire family. That's what I'm telling you. It's representing the knowledge we knew about the earth. And they call it the Confederate flag, because we created a galactic confederation at the middle of the earth. This flag ain't got nothing to do with the history they giving y'all about white people and black people in the South. Because this flag was in America before the 13 colonies. So what did this symbol mean in ancient Mesoamerica? And I can show it to you right now in Mesoamerica. Watch this. Watch this. This symbol is all over the Mayan world, the Olmec world. I'm gonna find it real quick. This symbol is right here, but I already gave you that one. That's too easy. I'm gonna find another one. I'm gonna show you how abundant it is. A lot of these dudes like this one here, look, there you go, Confederate flag. Look. Look at what's on his neck, a Confederate flag. Look at that.
Oh my God!
Look at what's on his belt buckle, a Confederate flag. Why he got a Confederate flag on way back in the day? Because that was the symbol of the North Pole, bro. X marks the spot. Why you think we call Christmas Xmas and we got a tree? Because the tree of life is in the middle of the earth. It's a supercomputer that started off under the ground, and then it got so big they built it to the sky. That's the Babel Tower. Let me tell you something about the North Pole, man. Let me show you something real quick. Why do they call this computer the tree of life? Because trees grow from under the ground like a seed. You drop a seed in the ground, and the tree grow up above the ground. So the Mayans call the supercomputer at the middle of the earth the tree of life, even though it's a computer, because just like the beast computer in Belgium is so big that it's basically the computer at the middle of our earth. It goes down into the ground and connects with an ancient civilization beneath our realm. I just showed you that how all of these worlds are stacked on top of each other. Look at this. So Mount Meru is a big ass computer that's going all the way down to the fucking lowest realms and coming up to the top. And whenever we want to go to any one of these layers of reality, we got to go to the North Pole like an elevator into the computer. And that computer will beam us to whatever floor we want to get off on. Right? And that's how we travel the cosmos, through the pole in the middle that connects all of the worlds like an elevator. And when you get to that pole in the middle, the Navajo and the Mayans said, this is what you're going to see, a big X. What do we see in this Navajo cosmos? Let's pull it up real quick. You see, now they put this in a movie called Soul, where they had them spirits walking up a stairway. But guess what they ain't telling you, though? They were going in a big computer. I'm not making it up, man. Hey, check it out. Look at these souls right here. They just died in the earth, in the outer realm. These are souls going the stairway to heaven. They go through the stairway, and guess what they going into? A big computer. You think I'm making this up? These are souls that are entering a giant computer, bro. It make the computer in Belgium look small. This is just the tip of the computer. Most of the computer under the ground. They said that this computer's so big that if you went to the bottom floor, it'll take you damn near 30 minutes on the elevator to get to the bottom floor.
Oh my God!
Imagine that. Imagine being in a computer that, think about it. Everybody got a computer tower, a computer tower. This is a computer tower that's so big. It take you anywhere from 30 minutes to 45 minutes to get from the top of the computer tower to the bottom of it. And this the biggest computer in the world. They call it the beast. What you see on the surface is just 2% of it. The rest beneath the ground. Now, guess what I'm telling you, yo? At the North Pole, we got a computer that make the beast computer look nano tiny. I'm serious. The Beast computer in Brussels, Belgium was based upon a computer that's at the North Pole that was built by the ancestors. There's a big computer at the North Pole that they can't destroy it because that's how everybody get to leave the earth and come back to it, even themselves. Because if you destroy this thing at the North Pole, the earth can't power itself. And the AI that's stuck in the earth machine, they need the power. That's what they here for, to be vampires and suck all the energy. See, this is how it works, right? The vampires that run this earth, they can't connect directly to the earth and pull energy from it like us. So that's why they need us, because they get to connect to us because we get to connect to the earth and pull energy. So they middlemaning. They don't got a direct connection to the earth. They connect to the universe through you and me. Like a mosquito getting his motherfucking food by taking my blood. You see what I'm saying? They can't directly pull energy from the universe because they condemn themselves with technology. And these are human beings, just like me and you, that got so egotistical in the past with technology that they damned themselves with transhumanism. And now they can't live without. Think about this, man. This is what the devils are that run this world. They are an ancient group of humans that became transhumanized and merged with the beast, which is the computer, the AI. And now they condemn. Because once man merged with machine, man needed electricity or outside power source to power his robot side. You as a human being, you don't need no outside electricity to make your body work. You're not a machine like that. But what if you became transhumanized and you became 50% human and 50% machine? That means 50% of your entire existence is relying on an outside energy supply. Whereas a human being that's 100% human, unlike mankind, I'm speaking of man, we don't gotta take energy from nothing outside of us. We can pull it directly from the earth through water, plants, and trees. This is what the Garden of Eden was about. Organic beings on an organic, plant-based, fruit-based diet. No hunting, no predator versus prey, none of that. Because the predator versus prey is a result of chaos unfolding on Earth and man fucking shit up. You playing with DNA, create new species. These new species can't organically power themselves. So all of these synthetic creatures on the earth are what we call predators. They got to kill animals that know how to connect with the earth. Like I told y'all, predators don't eat other predators. They all eat animals that eat plants and trees. You feel me? That's what they prefer, at least. A lion would prefer to just eat its own zebra, its own gazelle, versus eating another lion. And that's the same reason we don't really eat a lot of predator meat as humans, because a predator is an animal that got its nutrients from another animal that got its nutrients from the grass, from the plants, like a cow or something. So why would you eat the animal that ate the cow when you can just eat the cow? Or eat the chicken, because the chicken don't eat nothing but nutritious grains and herbs. So that's why we eat chicken and cows and stuff like that. We don't eat lions and sharks and stuff, because they meat don't have a nutritional value to it, like the animals that just eat plants and nutrients. So we start to breed different animals for different reasons on the earth. For hunting purposes, different things when we fell out of glory. There were no animals in the original earth, Garden of Eden, that were predators. Nothing existed but herbivores. Just like Adam and Eve were herbivores. They didn't eat nothing but plants and stuff. That is the old world utopia that we built on earth before we messed it all up. Now, we started to tamper with DNA and create other animals and other species. And like I said, everything we made with technology and science, it can't power itself independently. All the creatures that we made in a laboratory, they are predators. Same thing with the humans. There are humans on this earth right now that were made in a laboratory, and they are predators too. They are colonizers. They are the human form of a fucking mosquito. So basically, the war of good and evil is really the war between inorganic and organic species, all right? And it's been that way on Earth for millions of years. And they're not telling us this knowledge in our time. But this is the knowledge that united the ancient world union, all right? This is the knowledge that united the ancient world. And I've succeeded today by showing up and doing what I told you I would do with my title and showing you an ancient world union that was hidden right in front of our eyes. These were one big empire full of one people and who shared this knowledge of the universe. Like I said, a Confederate flag got nothing to do with the Confederacy. It got everything to do with the Galactic Confederation that we made in the middle of the earth before we exited from Eden. This is an ancestral covenant that would have been taught to generations, and they would have been taught to keep the covenant, the Ark of the Covenant. So if you look at the earth, right, don't it look like Noah's Ark? Look at all Noah's family going into the Ark family. They made this a Bible story. Look at that. Why did Noah take all of the people and all of the animals in the Ark with him? Because everything that die enters the North Pole portal right there, which is how they entered Noah's Ark, through the latch in the middle. Look at here. When you see all the people and all the animals going inside the Ark, they stole this from the Mesoamericans, man. This Ark story with everybody entering the Ark and shit. This is showing you how we got inside of the Earth realm through the North Pole. And this comes from this is the Navajo cosmos. People, this is older than Noah's story. This older than Noah, man. See, it ain't no aboriginals that's gonna go this deep with y'all, because they are Freemasons that's there to keep y'all hating other groups. To keep y'all beefing with Pan-Africans and hating Asians and hating all that. These are agents, y'all. These the same people that be voting and shit. You know you can't trust them. They don't want you to know the truth. Hey, listen, I'm telling you right now, my nigga. Let me just stop. It's a lot of big aboriginal channels. They control ops, y'all. They giving you a bunch of aboriginal knowledge that ain't gonna free your soul. It's gonna make you mad at other groups, and it's gonna give you some false ass black pride. You was here first. We was here first type information. Childish shit. Ain't nobody going deep like this. Everybody wanna know who was first, and it was just blacks on the land. That kind of conversations and knowledge. That is not deep. That's childish stuff. That is not what Tesla was on. That is not what the Olmecs and them was on. They was on some deep, intricate spiritual shit like what I'm telling you right now, dog. They was connected with the cosmos. They went on no, them ain't our people, black power. We don't know them. Man, they didn't even see no difference amongst humans by colors, nigga. They was too deep in advance for racial issues. Wasn't no such thing as races, nigga. They didn't look at a different type of human as somebody different than them. They looked at a person that was thinking different than them as a different motherfucker. But if me and you had the same mind, you could be a white man. You was my brother. That's why when Columbus came to America, he saw people of all colors and features partaking into Indus Valley civilization spiritual system. When he thought that the people of this land was Indians, it wasn't because he was looking at their skin color. It was because he saw people of all different skin colors sitting Indian style, practicing the spiritual practices that they was practicing in the Khmer Empire, in the Indus Valley. That man saw all different skin tone shades when he showed up, from red bone to caramel, to chocolate black to damn near white boy nigga with the green eyes, but he's still black. Y'all know him. We come in all different shades, but what's fucking y'all up is black, man. That word was never existing back in the day. Those are social statuses. But when you think about skin tone and say it was just black people, you're wrong. People didn't identify by skin color back in the day. They identified by spirituality. You were what you practice, nigga. Whatever spiritual system you practice, that was your culture. It didn't matter what color you was. If you was doing what the Hindus do, you was a Hindu. Just like the church, nigga. It don't matter what color you is. You can be a Christian, because that's your spiritual shit. And Muslims come in all colors. Christians come in all colors. See, these ancient nations, they built their identity on their spiritual system, not like America today. Their entire identity was centered around their spiritual practices. So in their eyes, you were one of them if you practice and share their spiritual system. Just like if a person is seen worshiping Jesus, then a person gonna say, oh, that's a Christian. The Christian's gonna automatically say, oh, he's one of us. Why they gonna say that? Because you doing a spiritual practice. And it don't matter your skin color. You can be an albino praising Jesus, and they gonna say he's a Christian. And this is how nations identified back in the day, man, through spirituality. That's why the word Indian is a derivative of the word Hindu or Hindu. And Indians don't come in a specific skin tone. They come in a specific mental ideology, nigga. The black folks who saying that they Indians in these aboriginals community, they ain't practicing Hinduism. They are fake ass Indians. They are Freemasons. They don't want to do nothing but argue with motherfuckers about who was here first, nigga. Bullshit. Wastes of time. When I'm trying to reconnect you back with the land and the people of the land through the spiritual systems that they identified with to give you back your damn identity. All they giving you is pride and misappropriated anger and black pride when the people that was on this land didn't identify as blacks or whites. Those are new social statuses. These people identified by spiritual systems. And the people that's trying to connect you with your ancestors, they ain't even spiritual. They're political. These niggas be Trump fans and motherfucking voters and shit. Talking about they connected with the ancestors when they connected to the fucking fiat political system. These niggas are agents and Freemasons. They ain't gonna connect you with the ancestors, but I am. And the only way I won't be able to do it is if you letting your pride get in the way and your ego get in the way. Because you want to be first. And you don't want to admit that the original people of this land had features that range from India to Asiatic to Negroid. And it's just facts. I'm not gonna let you ain't gonna tell me my eyes is saying something different, nigga. These people left statues here so that we don't gotta argue about what the fuck they look like. And you trying to bring in this black power shit when nobody in the ancient world said they was black, nigga. And it'll never fit the way I'm making it fit. I don't gotta deny what they left behind, nigga. Cause I can find myself in these ruins. It's people in my family that look like this, like Gucci Mane. It's black men with this face right here. This is the Negroid features right here. But along with the Negroid features, guess what else we find in the Mesoamerican world? Asiatic features, Samoan, Polynesian. We were all one people, man. And when the blacks, Latinos, and islanders and all us get back together, we're going to resurrect this Camarian empire. Because this Camarian empire is what America became. It's just Camarian America. They just rearranging the words. And they want to use this divisive energy to keep you from saying the truth that there was an empire full of people that ranged from Asiatic features to Negro features to Cambodian, Laos. Right? It was a huge empire. What we calling Polynesians, Hawaiians. This was one fucking people, bro. Do you know how big that empire was? I don't even think the Egyptian shit was that big. I'm serious, y'all. Indus Valley civilization was bigger than Nile Valley. That's why they want y'all to connect with Nile Valley civilization and Egyptian shit. But that's the baby shit, nigga. That's the little bitty shit, nigga. The big boy shit is what I'm showing you right now. When it come to world empires, family, go research the Khmer Empire. It make all these other shits look goofy. And when you think of, and I think this might be connected to the Tartarians too, this Khmer Empire. You know what I'm saying? But it was so big, it encompassed Southeast Asia all the way, nigga. I'm talking about Vietnam, Hawaii, and the Pacific Island. All of that was the Khmer Empire. China, Japan. Dude, do you know how big that is? We're talking China alone is big. Just China. We ain't gonna even get on the Pacific Islands. Cuba, Colombia. People, this was one empire. Can you imagine how big that is? I don't know if y'all know how big the Khmer Empire. That's fucking huge. That's bigger than Rome. That's bigger than what the Greeks had. You talk about how much distance, I'm telling you, it's the same empire. And that's why they don't want those people to realize we the same people. Because that's the Khmer Empire resurrecting back up on the earth. When all of us, Hispanics, Pacific Islanders, Mexicans, all of these people, Cambodians, when we realize, see, basically all of the cultures with the big gangs. Because you got the Cambodian gangs, the Asian boy Crips, the Tongan Bloods, the Samoan Crips, man. I'm on the West Coast. It's the same people today that's still together. The black people with the Samoans, with the Asian boys, with the Pacific Islanders fighting against this motherfucking European. That's happening on the West Coast now, nigga. Those are the people that's going against the Aryan Brotherhood in jail. And they been that way. That's the Camarian people, nigga. And they don't know how big their fucking empire is. That all of us was one people and now we hate each other. One of the biggest empires in the world, and they don't talk about it. I'm giving you more knowledge on it today than you ever gonna get in America. They hiding this stuff, man. Nobody gonna tell you the truth about the Confederate flag. That it represents a galactic confederation that come from our original homeland at the North Pole. That's facts. That's the covenant. That's the Ark of the Covenant, or what they call the Great Seal. The Confederate flag is facts, bro. And what was the covenant? To keep the knowledge of the North Pole, no matter what civilization you build, you got to build it off of these Eden principles so that we don't lose the knowledge when we go away from the center. That's the covenant, and we broke the covenant. And that's why we in trouble now, because we broke the covenant. And the covenant was to take the knowledge of the North Pole outward with us, and don't forget it, to build symbols and churches and cities based upon the North Pole knowledge. And that's what Angkor Wat is. That's what Atlantis is. It's the covenant, man. It's all of these ancient empires look the same. Step pyramids, they got the same layout, nigga. And that's because they was keeping the covenant from Eden. When we left Eden, we vowed that wherever civilizations we found, we will make them look just like Eden so that we'll feel like we at home, even though we're venturing out into the outer realms. So no matter how far we traveled out into the astral realms away from the center reality, we would never forget, because everywhere we built our home at will resemble it like our original home, so that we can have the same effect that we had in Eden, which is to always wake up looking at the truth. Because in Eden, couldn't nobody lie to us, because we woke up every day saying the truth in front of our face. So we brought that truth with us and built our civilizations on that principle of the truth, so that we wouldn't lose the truth even though we moving away from it. We can take this concept of the North Pole outward. And so all of the civilizations that we built, when we move outward from the North Pole, we put energy from the North Pole to power them. It's one big grid. And if you shut the North Pole down, everybody on Earth will lose power. Because everything is connected. And every city on the earth right now that's using electricity is ultimately part of a big interconnected network that the ancestors built and we inherited it. But this entire network that the world using to power itself, all of the power lines can trace back to Rupert Niagara, and they are plugging into a big tower, and that's what's powering our earth. And these black lines that you see, that represent all of the world empires all around the North Pole, pulling their energy from the original source of power. So when we was at the North Pole, we built a huge tower, like a wireless Wi-Fi tower, so that when we leave the North Pole, we can build towers around it in the outer worlds and wirelessly pull the energy from our home world into our other worlds on the outside. And every time we expanded outward and created a new world, like what Plato's showing you in Atlantis, right? We had to erect new towers to connect those new civilizations to the wireless energy grid, which is based upon a bunch of obelisks that are all pulling their energy from the center obelisk, what we see in the middle. That's what we call in the North Pole. And that original source of power actually serves as an entry and exit point for souls. How, Sanchez? What is it? It is a power pole, and your soul is power. And this power pole at the middle of the earth is allowing energy waves to enter and exit, keeping energy in motion, and that's how the earth is simply powering itself. So the same thing we're pulling energy from to power our cities, it's the same technology that we're going to use to leave the earth with when we die, because your soul is an electrical sine wave that's going to go through the same pole that my microphone being powered with and pulling its energy from as a way to beam itself out. Very intricate but simple system when you think about it. It's clean, it's green, it's efficient, and nothing is wasted. Because energy is motion, when you leave through the North Pole, the motion of your soul leaving out of the earth will be harnessed as energy. And that's what Morpheus was telling Neo. And it's all one big system that harnesses the energy of all the motion within it. And every action you make is registered because you're moving within a medium. So if, put it this way, if energy is motion and represented by waves, if I put you in a swimming pool, every time you move, you're going to make waves in the water. Our earth is like a big swimming pool. We're submerged in water. Everything we do is making waves in the water. And the waves in the water are the energy in motion that's being harnessed. This is how us humans are generating energy for the earth just with our actions, just with our day-to-day actions. It's such an efficient system. It wastes nothing. It wastes nothing. So we took this efficient system and expanded it outward. And we built civilizations to mimic our original home civilization at Eden. And that's why we got step pyramids all over the place. Because that was the covenant. When we expand civilization outward and expand the seed of humanity out into other layers of reality, then we need to build our civilizations to resemble our true home so that we can feel at home no matter where we at. We don't feel at home no more. You know why? They got you feeling like a stranger in your own house with this new cosmology. They got you thinking you on a blue ball whirling through space. And if you ask them how you got on it, they'll tell you because you was a germ on a rock that impregnated the ocean near Mali in a cosmic soup. The story they tell you make you a stranger in your own house. When the knowledge our ancestors gave you showed you we were gods in our own heaven. And we at home in our kingdom as spiritual beings. And with that kind of knowledge, a person will kick their feet up and feel comfortable. But with the kind of knowledge that make you a stranger in your own house, you feel like you got to contribute more to the house than the owners when you the owner. Now the people that's in power are the visitors, but we the slaves. And it's our house and we doing more work than the visitors and they ain't paying no rent.
Stupid.
You stand in my house visiting, ain't paying rent, guess what you gonna do? Cut grass, wash dishes, mop floors, and all that shit, nigga. You better motherfucking believe it, nigga. It's my house. If you say, why you ain't doing nothing? I'm paying the bills, sir. So I'ma stand right here and watch you cut my grass. Cause you a visitor and you ain't contributing to the fucking bills. And that's the people in power. They should be the slaves. This our house. We forgot this was our house. We think we the strangers in it. Now we walking around this bitch like the servants. When we the one paying the energy bill though. We the one built the energy grid that everybody enjoying. We the one keeping the lights on, us spiritual beings. Everybody pulling the energy from us with they vampire asses. So we should be the ones balling out and everybody serving us, nigga, because we there's no power without us. So it's really truly a scheme that's being ran on this earth because we don't know who we are. And we want to get into bickering and divisiveness and not know how great we once were. And we not thinking big because you too busy going into black pride and all this blind, ignorant shit that just get you worked up but don't get you no aha moments, no enlightenment. So let's see what else I got to go over because we pressing for time and I got the call-in show scheduled right after this because you know I'm the hardest working man in black YouTube, baby. Let's go. I'm the type nigga do a 8-hour solo lecture, then do a 4-hour call-in right after. That's 12 hours, and you don't think I should be compensated. You know, when you think about the amount of time I spend on here, the little pennies I make don't really pay me back for that. So for people that like to call me a grifter and scammer, always keep that in mind. I give more than what I take, all right?
Sánchez cocinando.
So we went over all this. I'm just looking at it to make sure I didn't miss nothing. And if I didn't miss nothing, we can keep it moving. And I'm going to just go prepare for the call-in show, because I know it's some niggas that want to have smoke. And I know it's some brothers that want to say, bro, you blew my mind. They want to contribute and add on and be productive. You're going to have two kind of people on the call-in show. Smoke, which I'm not hating you. I don't expect everybody to agree with me. But the other kind is going to be a person that's very thankful for what I just did. And they going to come thanking me, saying, Sanchez, you blowing me away. Okay, and I'm looking forward to dealing with both parties. Now, let me tell y'all this crazy dream I had. It didn't make no sense, right? So the dream start with me in a living room in a house that I don't know about. I'm in the alternate universe, some house. I don't know I'm dreaming, so it ain't a lucid dream. But in the house, I just go outside. And when I go outside, there's a little hill. It's nighttime. It's foggy, kind of cold, like a Colorado night, right? I'm going down this hill, and I just take off running, and I jump up and try to fly. And I fly for a minute, a good little glide, and then I start feeling like I'm running out of gas, and I slowly start to float back down to the earth. I didn't get the lunch off far. Looking back at this dream, I don't know what made me think I can fly, because I was in a dream, and I didn't know I was dreaming. But I had the urge to take off and fly. And I do this a lot. It's just for no reason. I'll be dreaming and get an urge to just run and take off and fly. Nothing tell me to do it. I don't know how I even know I can fly. Because if I'm dreaming and don't know I'm dreaming, I would think I can't fly as a human. But every now and then I get a dream where I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. And I spread my wings and try to fly away, nigga, for real. I can't explain it. It's like some awakening me in this astral plane that say, get the fuck out. Now check what happened in this dream. I'm in this house. I leave out the house and it's dark, it's cold, it's nighttime. And for some reason, I just want to fly. Don't know where the urge come from. And I run down this hill, take off, boom, but I fly for a little glide and I land. Not a violent landing, but a very safe landing. As if I'm this beautiful little bubble, like a feather landing on the ground. Like I wasn't scared to fly. I wasn't scared to land. It was like some sort of technology that I knew I had, and it was very safe. It was safe. And make a long story short, soon as I landed on the ground at the bottom of the hill, I said, you know what? Let me go back up this hill and try again. Let me try again. So I turn around and I head for my walk back up the hill because I'm going to run and I'm going to take off again. But when I turn around, I see two glowing eyes coming from down that hill toward me. And I stop. And they keep coming, and it's a fucking wolf. A scary wolf, nigga. Like a husky dog wolf, like in the wild, a real animal. A wolf coming at me with glowing eyes. And I took the fuck off running scared, nigga, and I woke up. I told my girl about it, and she said, uh-oh, you got some wolves around you that don't want you to take off or something like that we was talking about, because she's in tune and shit. She be reading my energy and all that. That's my baby. That's my oracle. Now check this out. I don't be thinking about my dreams like that and try to decipher them. But when my girl said something about the wolf can be some people around you, like wolves in sheep clothes, I was like, damn. Now it makes sense, because out of all the animals, it could have been a monster. It could have been Freddy Krueger, but it was a wolf that stopped me from taking off. I interpret that dream, right? Because I was in a dark city, like Colorado. It was cold, it was dark. And now that I'm interpreting my dream, hey, I was in the earth underworld. I was in hell. I was in Sheol. and I was trying to fly my way out to break out. What looked like you going downhill can sometimes be a takeoff ramp to launch your soul off of this bitch. That's a life lesson. Sometimes it look like your whole life going downhill, and that's to give you momentum to take off, nigga. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of people reach the highest point in their life when they was at the lowest point. And they didn't have no other choice to go nowhere but up, man. And that dream was so deep because I took advantage of a downhill situation. I used it to launch myself off with the momentum of going downhill, but I didn't make it. That didn't stop me from trying again. You know what stopped me from trying again? My fear of the wolf. I told my girl, I said, next time I'm gonna wrestle that wolf. I gotta confront him because he's stopping me from taking off. I got to go back to the top of that hill and launch myself off and keep trying in this astral realm situation. So the next time I dream in that realm again, hopefully they won't, because what the archons do, when they see you trying to take off and lead a simulation, they'll send in something to run you back into the matrix. Now, I could have escaped the matrix during that dream. Because if I would have took off flying, you know where I was going to go, to the North Pole and entered up out the simulation. I would have peeked my head on the other side of reality and literally saw what it's like to peek outside the computer had I flew out to the North Pole. I didn't make it. This is my second time failing because one time I astral projected, and when I found out I was astral projecting for real, that scared me. It's always fear. Fear is what make you come back. And I always say to myself, how do a wolf scare me out of my own dream? This is what Freddy do. This is what the archons do. This is Freddy Krueger, man. That's somebody around you that know your potential and they don't want you to take off and make it out of this downhill dark spot in your life. I had this dream about 2-3 nights ago, and I really believe that there are some powerful people around me that's very close, and they are wolves that really want me to downfall, like in the dream. They don't want me to take off. Because soon as I turned around to go back up that hill and launch myself off, they sent the wolves in, nigga. Them the archons. See, they in all of these astral realms too in our dreams, nigga. Trying to keep us from launching and making it out. And it can be a wolf. It can be a beautiful woman. It can be a boogeyman. Something that'll make you scared, or you say, or let's say you about to fly in one of these dreams. You look down, you see a party, a beautiful woman, or whatever, you land and say, I'm finna live it up. You go to the party and you wake back up in your bed when the party over. Had you kept flying and stayed focused, you could have peeked out on the other side if you make it to the North Pole. But it's always a bunch of stuff distracting us. All of your flying dreams, you never ask, where am I flying to? Nigga, you flying back home. But just like an airplane that's taking a long trip, it gotta take stops in between. Like if you take a plane from Vegas to New York, you may have to switch planes in a different state in between. Your soul is the same way. When your soul traveling long distance, it had to stop and switch planes. It switch bodies in these astral realms. That's what the multiverse is. Because every star in the sky is an alternate reality. And you're an airplane. And when you travel in the heavens, when you're running out of gas, you stop at the nearest star next to you and you switch planes. Transformation, when you enter the Stargate, you don't come out the same. Because the energy renewing itself, and that's the power of how the soul powers its macabre. through transformation, just like an airplane. When the soul running out of fuel with its starship, it stop at a star. And it has a lifetime. It transformed through a lifetime as another person. That gives it new energy to move on again. And then it continues its journey. And when it run out of energy again, it stop at the nearest star next to it. It rests and docks itself. And it, just like Neo on a tree of life, it goes to sleep. And it's dreaming of a lifetime. And when it dies, it wakes up and continues its journey. They got animals that do that too. I think they call otters. The otter look like a beaver. When it go to sleep, it lay on its back and wrap itself up in the little weeds so that it don't float off into the ocean. It anchors itself. And when the otter wraps itself in the leaves, in the vines, that's the concept of Buddha wrapping himself up in the tree. That's the concept of all of these Nagas and Naginis wrapping themselves up in the serpent, wrapping themselves up in the tree while they sleeping. Our soul sleeps like an otter. It wraps itself up in that little tree and then it go to sleep knowing that it's anchored, that it won't just float away throughout in space somewhere. And your starship did the same. And when it anchored itself to a stargate, that was the baby with the umbilical cord connected to the mother. So every time we cut the ribbon for a new building, symbolizing new direction, the journey continues, the marathon, we keep running it just like Nipsey said. Rest in peace. It don't stop. So, you know, just good motivation and vibes here today and a tons of fucking information that's going to keep you rewinding it. And with so much different stuff, we went over everything. That's it. That's it, man. That's it, man.